Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wah, I cannot hear you at all, guys. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second day of International Postgraduate Symposium 2026, Health and Medical Innovation in Addressing Global Health Crisis. Can I feel your spirit by giving me applause? Great. So yesterday we had many insightful presentations from our speakers, and also we had some exciting discussions regarding the presentations. And today we're so excited to see some passionate arguments, discussions, and also presentations from the participants of the debate competition, research speech contest, and poster presentation. I believe all of you already prepared your best, right? You haven't prepared anything at all? You already prepared, right? You already prepared, right? Of course. All right, so today's competition is live streamed on FKKM KUGM YouTube channel. So make sure everyone, your friends that cannot join today, make sure to share the link with your friends and tell them to tune in, give comment, cheer you on throughout the competitions today, because at the end of the debate and also RPC sessions, we will vote for the favorite team and favorite presenter, in which everyone, including those watching online, can vote for you. So make sure you share the link for the streaming YouTube. Also later, the Kahoot for the voting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without any more delay, let's start the competition. So the first, we will have the debate competition together with us sitting at the front row. The judges for debate competition are Dr. Aris, Dr. Bagas, and also Dr. Dhite. So good morning, judges. All right, so before we start the first match, I would like to remind you about the debating rules and mechanism. First, once your group is called by the moderator, please head straight to the stage. While you make your way up, we will spin the wheel to decide the pro or contra your position is. And then please stand up whenever you present your arguments. Also, keep the eye contact also to the judges and the audience, because you are not only persuading your opposition, but also persuading the judges. And each speaker has strictly 3 minutes. So make sure you watch on the Mondo page or the screen, because we will show you the timer there, and use the time wisely. And also, you are welcome to use your notes, but once again, you need to keep eye contact with the audience and also the judges to persuade them that your arguments is true. And also, the affirmative team will be seated at the right side of the moderator, and then the negative team will sit at the left side of the moderator. And make sure you already decide between your group who will be the first, second, third, or fourth speakers. And the first speaker will be sitting the nearest with the moderator. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So I think that's all. So let's start the first debate. We will start the debate between the group 1 versus group 2. With the topic of this house believes that strengthening community resilience is more important than developing new medical technologies in addressing future global health crises. The debate will be moderated by Ibu Melyza Perdana, S.Kep nurse, M.Sc, Ph.D. So, to Ibu Melyza, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So good morning, everyone. So the respected judges, all the debate presenters, and all the audience today. As the Lalitya mentioned, so I will be the moderator. I am Melyza Perdana from Department of Medical Surgical Nursing, and I would like to call all of the group member for this first match about the strengthening community resilience is more important than developing new medical technology and in addressing future global health crisis. So please come forward, group 1, and please join me to applause them. So we have Jack Lee from Magister Ilmu Biomedik, Ariza and Marcelino, and also Siti Maisaro. And for the group 2, where are you? Group 2? Okay. So while waiting, so I would like to invite you to decide who will be the negative and the positive side here. So we will see the spinning wheel. Can you please show? So the positive will be on my right hand side and the negative will be on my left hand side. Please spin the wheel. Udah di spin belum? Do I have to touch? Touch. Langsung aja. Which one is group 1? Okay. Okay. So we will see whether you sit on the right place or not. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah. So group 1 will be the negative side here, and group 2 will be the positive side. So please take a seat. So, okay. So don't forget to give your big applause for them. So as Lalitya mentioned, as Lalitya explained today, so we will start from the positive side first and then following by the negative side. So I will invite the first speaker from positive side, and you have 3 minutes to convey your opinions. So then there will be countdown there and also here. So I will give you a sign, everyone. I will give you a sign to remind you about the time left. So if I knocking 1 on my mic, it means you only have 1 minute left. Okay. So, and for the first speaker, I hope you can introduce all of your group member before you convey your opinion about the topic. Is it clear now? After everyone conveying all the opinion and your statement about the positions, and I will invite you for the last chance to rebuttal in the rebuttal sessions, and please only choose not the last speaker, but only one, two, and three speakers to convey the last rebuttal sessions. Okay, is it clear now? So we will. Okay. So everyone, can you please check the microphone whether it is on or not?
Check.
Okay, that's
Check.
okay.
Check.
So the first speaker, second, third, and fourth. First, second,
Check,
third,
check.
and the first speaker. Is it working?
Check.
Okay. So, okay, then we will start our first match with the topic is whether we have to investing in social infrastructures or scientific innovations, about whether we have to strengthen community resilience or developing a new medical technologies in addressing future global health crisis. So without further ado, I would like to invite the first speaker from the positive side. So countdown, start now.
Good morning, honorable judges and everyone who's attend here. In December 2020, the world celebrated we had a vaccine. Yet by middle 2021, only about 3 doses per 100 people had reached low-income country. The tool is access, but the communities ready to use it did not. The gap between having a solution and being able to use it is the heart of today's debate. My name is Triantika Indralsari from Tropical Medicine, and I'm open for the affirmative. Our second speaker is Ken Sanden from Pediatric Surgery. Our third is Putri Fairabanu from Biomedical Science. And our fourth is Timotheus Pratama from Radiology. Let me define our terms. Community resilience is the capacity of communities and their primary health system to understand risk, access reliable information, keep essential services running, cooperate with authorities, and adapt during a crisis. We do not reject medical innovation. We simply argue that innovation without resilience can never reach its full potential. Our first argument, medical technology only works when community can actually adopt and use it. Look at the evidence. In August 2020 survey of 105 countries, the WHO found that 90% had experienced disruption to essential health services, affecting on average about half of 25 traces service from immunization to cancer care or emergency care. And that was not a failure of technology. It was a failure of system under pressure. And the problem did not disappear once the technology arrived. By February 2022, WHO reported that 92% of countries still face critical bottlenecks in scaling up access to COVID-19 tools. When it comes specifically to vaccination, 58% of countries pointed community resilience, community acceptance, access, and affordability as the main obstacle, not invention, not science, trust, access, and red lines. That is exactly why WHO has identified trust as a key determinant of successful pandemic response and community engagement as the way to build it. A vaccine needs someone willing to receive it. A diagnostic needs someone willing to be tested. A treatment needs a health worker able to deliver it. Technology provides the tool, but community resilience decided whether those tools ever save a life. Thank you.
Okay, you're just in time. Please join me to applaud the first speaker from the affirmative side. Okay. Yeah, so we have heard the first argument about the positive side, about the strengthening community resilience, and now I would like to give the chance for the second group.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable chairs,
distinguished judges, respected opponents, and fellow participants. We, as the negative team, oppose today's motions. This House believes that strengthening community resilience is more important than developing new medical technologies in addressing future global health crises. First, let me introduce my team. My name is Siti Pangsarov from Pediatric Surgery Department. Second speaker is Ariza from Radiology Department. Third speaker is Marcelino from Policy Health Department. And the fourth speaker is Jackie from Biomedical Department. First, let me clarify our position. We fully acknowledge that community resilience is important. Strong communities, public trust, effective communities, communication, and functioning health system are essential during health emergencies. However, today's motion does not simply say that community resilience is important. It claims that community resilience is more important than developing new medical technologies, and that is the hierarchy we reject. Our position is simple. Community resilience helps society use existing interventions effectively, while medical innovation can create intervention when none previously exists. Imagine a completely new infectious disease. A resilient community can communicate rates, encourage insulation, maintain essential service, and support vulnerable population. But resilience alone cannot create a new vaccine. It cannot create a diagnostic test where none exists, and it cannot create an effective treatment simply through stronger social organization. This is the fundamental difference between the two. Resilience is enabling capacity, while medical innovation is capability generating capacity. If an effective medical technology already exists, resilience can help deliver it to the population. But if that technology does not exist, resilience cannot manufacture it. Therefore, when preparing for an uncertain future health crisis, we cannot assume that the medical tools we currently have will always be sufficient. Community resilience and medical innovation are both necessary, but the evidence does not justify placing innovation below resilience. For this reason, the negative team rejects the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, join me to applaud the second group. So you still have 20 seconds. Do you want to add something? No? It's okay. Okay then. Thank you so much for your first argument. And now I would like to invite second speaker from the affirmative group to convey your second argument. Please. Okay. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time. Here, our opponent will remind us that the advancing in technology really help saving life. But our opponent remind us that like vaccines save life directly, and they are right too. A modeling study of the Lancet Infectious Disease by Watson and colleague estimate that like COVID vaccine prevented roughly 14.4 million deaths in the first year, and as many as 19.8 million once excess mortality is counted. But rather than weakening our case, that figure revealed its very core, that vaccine cannot vaccinate anyone on itself. People have to trust it, reach it, and be given by a health worker. The telling detail is this: the same vaccine, like any others advance in technology for medicine, was offered to the whole world, yet the result differed enormously from one country to the next. When the tool is identical everywhere, but the outcome are not deciding factor, it's not the tool, but it's the resilience of the people. The evidence is direct. In the WHO on February 2022 survey, 58% of the country named community acceptance, access, and affordability as a main bottleneck to the vaccination, while 56% report a workforce challenge affecting the diagnostic testing and 64% affecting the treatment. The challenge was never only to invent, it was to turn invention into the action. This brings me to our second argument. The opposition may say that because we cannot predict the next pathogen or any next event that will occur, we should put our resource into the new technology. but that the very uncertain is very resilience matter more. We may not know which event or any event will come, which virus will come, yet we can still prepare the people to respond. Build trust before a crisis arrives, strengthen local system, and open clear lines for communication between authorities and communities. And this is not our idea alone. WHO on framework for health emergency preparedness placed community protection as one of the 5 core interconnected capability, standing alongside the collaborative surveillance, safe and scalable clinical care. Access to the countermeasure of the emergency coordination, community protection is not an afterthought, it is a pillar. So we are not saying that technology does not matter. We are saying that something deeper, technology gives us the tool, but the resilience of the community decide whether those tools reach the people, earn their trust, and protect them. When the next crisis arrives, this is the difference between having solution and being able to use it. Thank you.
Okay then. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ken. Please join me to applause Ken for the nice argument for that. So, are you ready for the second speaker from the negative side?
Okay.
Okay then. Is the timer okay now? Wait. Okay. Wait. When you're ready, please.
Okay, before my next argument, maybe I would like to make a few comments about the affirmative team. So the affirmative team says that because we do not know what the next health threat will be, we should be focused on building the general community resilience. But we see it differently. Uncertainty does not make scientific innovation less important. It makes adaptable technology even more important. A good example is we mentioned it several times about the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine. In 2020, Corbett and colleagues published a study in Nature showing how earlier research on coronavirus structure and immunity helped scientists quickly design mRNA 1273, an mRNA vaccine targeting the SARS-CoV spike protein. In preclinical studies, this vaccine produced strong neutralizing antibodies and CD8 T-cell response, and it protected mice against SARS-CoV-2 infection without evidence vaccine-related immunopathology. The important point is, scientists did not predict SARS-CoV-2, obviously. Instead, they had already developed knowledge and technology that could adapt when a new coronavirus appeared. This means scientific preparedness can work before we know exactly what the next threat will be. Research on prototype pathogens can create knowledge and technology platform that help us respond faster to related emerging threats. So, the affirmative cannot say that community resilience is the only approach that we can work across different future crises. Scientific research, adaptable technology platforms, and biomedical innovation can also be designed to work across future health crises. Our point is simple. We do not know what the next crisis will be, and this is exactly why we need science that can adapt when the next threats arrives. Thank you.
Okay, you still have 1 minute?
No, enough.
No? Any comment? No? Okay, please join me to applause Ariza for very strong argument. We move to the third speakers from the affirmative side.
So good afternoon, honorable judges. The opposition has spoken as to inventing as a solution to automatically solve a crisis. But technology can be brilliant on paper, still in fail in the real world, right? So we saw that it's clearly actually in Indonesia, a national survey, the Ministry of Health and IPGS, that supported by UNICEF and also WHO say that more than 34 provinces in Indonesia has willing to be vaccinated. And among those who hesitate, the concern were safety, effectiveness, and whether the vaccine was halal.
And tellingly, the better informed a person was, the more likely to accept. And developing the vaccine is scientific challenge, persuading people to trust and use it in the community use. The opposition might reply the resilience too slow to build while technology sells quickly. But resilience is not a rival to technology. It is what lets technology scale at all. During the pandemic, UNICEF worked with the world workers, religious leaders, and also community to encounter the misinformation and build confidence in the vaccine. It's not that is not a theory. That is the very infrastructure that turns invention into a protection. And the World Bank arrived at the same conclusion. The pandemic exposed deep structural weakness, and building resilient system requires investment before the emergency so that survives keep running when a shock hits. And this point, this our argument, technology tends to be pathogen specific. A vaccine for one virus, an antiviral for one disease, resilient by contrast is a crisis agnostic. Yeah, so whether the next emergency is a pandemic, an antimicrobial resistant crisis, or a climate-driven outbreak, committee is still, we need trust information, capable health workers, and also the functioning local service. And so the question is not technology or resilient. Yeah, we need both, but the question is which give us the stronger foundation for a crisis. We cannot get the name and we cannot predict the next pathogen, but we can prepare our people. Technology might deliver the breakthrough, but resilience decides whether it ever reaches society. Thank you.
Yeah. Please give applause for the third speaker. So you highlight about, you highlight many things about the affirmative side of this topic then. So we move to the third speakers. When you're ready, please.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Start.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your opinion. But unfortunately, your opinion just only give a decision that you say we need both the community and also the vaccines. And based on the evidence, the WHO has released the WHO Pandemic Agreement, which they mentioned the combinations of social system and technology is essential. So we need both, yes. And also, we would like to give more stronger evidence, not only just opinion. Further first, based on New England Journal of Medicine, based on Pollack et al., the Pfizer-BioNTech mRNA vaccine achieved 95% efficacy, and also for the Moderna, reached 94% efficacy. And for the COVID also, based on NMGM also and Lancet, the COVID-19 vaccination averted millions of deaths in modeling studies. So the efficacy is very clear. And also for the diagnostic tools, we know that rapid diagnostics can materially expand case detections. For the example, our institution, our beloved institutions, Gajah Mada University has developed genomes as it can help our nations, Indonesians. And based on the study, the rapid detections for SARS-CoV-2 itself shows the diagnoses are not merely laboratory convenience, but they can reshape surveillance and access at population scale. Based on 61 studies, more than 25 million participants, pulled detection 31 cases per 100 individuals. The result is very clear. The detections and diagnostics is very essential. So in our opinion, we need to looking for the higher and stronger evidence. And for this evidence, we can show and demonstrate that vaccinations and medical technology especially is very essential and become very important. So ladies and gentlemen, and dear judges and audience, you can choose our opinion as to mention that medical technologies is very essential and reject the motions of resilient community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all of the evidence you mentioned to support your positions. Okay, we come to the last speaker from the affirmative group. So you have another 3 minutes to present your opinion. Yeah, the time is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon for our honorable judge and for everyone. As our final constructive speaker, let me close one remaining gap and offer our strongest reason. The opposition argues that technology and community protection as interconnected and concludes that neither outranks the other. We agree they are connected, but interconnected does not mean equal in priority. A house needs both a foundation and a roof, yet you build the foundation first, because nothing stands without it. Resilience is that foundation. That brings me to our fourth agreement. The OECD found that trust in healthcare system declined in 12 of 22 OECD countries during the pandemic, and concluded that vaccine effectiveness as social intervention depend on trust in the vaccine, in health workers, and in those responsible for its distribution. So, when our opponents say technology scales, our reply is this: it scales bicyclically, but trust and access divide whether in benefit scale socially. And the future make this urgent. A study in PNAS estimated that the yearly probability of an extreme epidemic could roughly triple in coming decades. We cannot build a vaccine today for a pathogen we have not yet met, but we can build communities ready for whatever arrives. Now the image. In December 2021, more than 1 million donated COVID-19 vaccine doses were bulldozed in Abuja, Nigeria, because they had expired. Hundreds of thousands more were destroyed in Malawi, South Sudan, and Uganda. And the Africa Centers for Disease Control had to launch an emergency program just to rescue roughly 2.5 million near expiry doses from the same fate. The vaccines were real, the science was sound, but the system between the vial and the arm, the health worker, the cold chain, the trust, the information was not ready. This is what happened when the world holds the tools, but not the foundation. Technology gives us solution to specific threat. Resilience gives us capacity to face threats we have not yet imagined. For that reason, we proudly affirm the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Please give applause for the last speaker from affirmative group. I would like to highlight some point there. You highlight that resilience is the foundation, right? For the last one, okay. Okay, the last speaker of the first match. Okay, please, when you're ready, count is ready.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished judges and the audiences. And today, as a fourth speaker, I would like to confirm again what you said before, that I think the affirmative is relies heavily on the trust, but none of these cases demonstrates that resilience is more important than innovations. And the Ebola study by Betson and colleagues shows that structured community engagement can be integrated into outbreak response. The authors explicitly described the importance of integrating community engagement with biomedical response pillars such as surveillance. The evidence therefore supports an integrated response rather than replacing biomedical capacity with community resilience. Likewise, the systematic review by Sapienza and Falcon demonstrate that trust is associated with vaccine acceptance, but trust does not manufacture vaccines. It facilitates uptake of biomedical interventions and that is already exists. Finally, the stunting literature demonstrates the importance of both effective interventions and delivery strategies. Bata et al. Review evidence-based nutrition interventions and their delivery, while Kiss et al. Subsequently updates the evidence and continue to support multiple interventions, including community-based approaches in appropriate contexts. Thus, the evidence repeatedly supports complementarity. The affirmative has not demonstrated why one side should be considered more important when the evidence itself describes interacting components of effective health systems. If an effective medical technology already exists, resilience can indeed determine whether it reaches people. But if the technology does not exist, resilience cannot manufacture it. The asymmetry is crucial. Community resilience can improve the utilizations of existing medical capabilities, medical innovations, and expand the set of medical capabilities available to humanity. This does not make resilience unimportant. It makes the two forms of preparedness fundamentally different. Resilience improves the performance of the system, but the innovations can change the limits of the system. For an unknown future health crisis, we cannot assume that the tools we currently possess will be sufficient. The prudent strategy is therefore not to prioritize resilience at the expense of innovations, but to ensure continuous scientific development capable of creating the next diagnostic, vaccine, therapeutic, or platform when current tools reach their limits. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for all the speakers that has already given us many supporting evidence and also their very strong argument for each position. So we will come to the rebuttal part, but before that, I would like to give you 3 minutes to discuss in your group to counter the argument or to strengthen your arguments, and then choose one of your speakers, not the last one, and conclude all of the positions. Okay, so 3 minutes started from now. One minute left. Okay, time is up. So while we starting this debate session with the first positive group, and now I would like to invite the negative group to firstly convey yours to strengthen your argument or counter the other group's arguments. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Okay, please, time countdown started.
Ladies and gentlemen, the problem is very clear. The affirmative theory believe that the argument community resilience is very important. But honorable judges, the central problem with the affirmative case is that they repeatedly proven that community resilience is important, but has not proven that it's more important than medical innovations. Those are two very different burdens. They tell us that COVID-19 vaccinations required access and time to production. We agree, but based on reality, when we see in COVID-19 pandemics, the vaccination productions does not require more than 5 years or more than 3 years production, because it can be accelerated less than 1 year. It is very reality evidence. And another opinions, the affirmative team believe that trust is very essential. But however, imagine if Indonesian citizens have a lack of trust in our vaccinations, but the government have the vaccination programs and also the vaccinations becomes the global program, how could the global health domain will see our country? And could it be make the vaccination program not be implemented in our country? So what I would like to mention is the problem is very clear. Vaccination efficacy is very high, more than 90%, and also not only vaccinations, but the diagnostic tool is very essential. Rapid diagnostics has been used in many settings when we on pandemic COVID-19 2020 until 2022 approximately. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your time to decide, and we do believe that all of you need to believe in our opinion and reject the opinion from affirmative team. Thank you very much.
Please join me to applaud the negative side group that they counter the argument from the positive side group, and they still strengthen their position in the negative side of these motions. So now it's your turn to strengthen your opinion or counter their opinion. Please, time is yours.
I want to thank our colleagues on the negative side for a well-argued debate. They remind us again and again why medical technology is matter, and we agree every single time. We have not denied one figure they present, but this debate turned on 3 classes, and in each one, the evidence leans our way. The first class was whether technology automatically becomes protections. Our colleges over a powerful number, 1 million lives saved. We accept it, but as our second speaker showed, that same vaccine produced very different results from one country to the next. And our third speaker made it concrete. In Indonesia, a third of people were unwilling to be vaccinated, not because of the vaccine was low, but because trust and access were missing. When the input is the same but the outcome differs, you do not credit the input. You credit the soil it lands on, and that soil is resilience. The second class was uncertainty. Our colleges argue that not knowing the next pathogen means we should invest in faster science. Yet, as our fourth speaker noted, the PNAS estimate that extreme epidemic could triple in the coming decade cuts the other way. We cannot design a vaccine for a virus we have not met, but we already know what every crisis will demand. People who respond, health workers who hold under pressure, and communities that trust the message. Resilience is the one investment that pays off no matter what comes. And remember the image our fourth speaker left you? In Abuja, over 1 million perfectly good vaccines were bulldozed, not because science failed, but because the community around them was not ready. That is a tool without foundation. So this debate was never about whether technology matters. It was about what makes technology. It was about what makes technology matter. Our colleges show you what technology can do. We show you what decided whether it ever will. Technology is a gift that only works when someone ready to receive it. And making sure the world is ready is the greater priority. The affirmative respectfully stand with this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very last strengthened argument. So this positive side strengthen their argument with many evidence and also opinions. So I'm very proud to hear all of the opinion and also statement from both group, but I would like to invite the judge, only one judge, to leave some comments and also opinion about their performance today. Please, we have 7 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu. So, hey, my name is, good morning. My name is Bagas from the Department of Health Behavior, uh, Environment and Social Medicine, KKM KUGM. So, yeah, I enjoy this debate. It's great debate, but I would like to highlight some notion and also some statement that been declared by both of the groups. So group one, they say in the closing that it needs when you say like technology doesn't really need that long. Technology doesn't really need 5 years. So having 5 year, having only a year of development, maybe will jeopardize your all the arguments, so that all of so the preparedness don't really need to have the system in or initiative or the investment ahead, but just click and then you activate the emergency preparedness, because it only needs like very little time. For the group two, you always say that technology provide the tools, community resilience determines whether those tools actually protect people, and also you quite community protection as treated as core component of preparedness, not an afterthought. Yes, and here is community resilience. So you provide a good evidence here, cite a good evidence, but I don't think that maybe it's really mixed between the community resilience as a start and then to the community protection. So community protection in that very document stated as one of the goal of the community resilience. So resilience and protection aren't the same thing. But yeah. So yeah, so that's all from my notes. So but yeah, cool debate, and we enjoy the debate. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, judges. Yeah, I think I agree with the judges that we really enjoy all of the debate for this first match. And do we have to take a group photo, Lalit? Oh, okay. So, yeah, okay. So before I close this first match, this is all and on your hands. So they already provide us with so many evidence and argument. So thank you so much for group one and group two. So we will move to the second match, but before that, we will have a group photo. Please come forward.
All right, once again, please give another applause for our friends for the really heated match, the first match. Before we continue to the next match, I would like to remind you that in this debate competition, we will also have, beside the first, second, and third winner, we will also have the best speaker that will be decided by the judges' discussion and also of every team. So please make sure you deliver your arguments confidently to persuade not only your opponents, but also the audience inside this auditorium and also the audience that is watching through the YouTube streaming. All right, without any further ado, let's start the next match. The next match will be between group 3 and 4. With the topic of this house believes that mental health interventions should receive equal priority to physical health interventions in conflict and humanitarian settings. This topic will be moderated by Dr. Yogik Onky Silvana Wijaya Ph.D. So without any more delay, Dr. Yogik, time is yours.
Okay, yeah. So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mbak Lalit. So let me introduce myself. My name is Yuki, and I will moderate the second match for today. So our second match for today raise a topic that mental health intervention should receive equal priority to physical health intervention in conflict and humanitarian settings. And I would like to invite the group 3 as well as group 4. Group 3 will consist of Pauline Surya Villa Berta from Department of Psychiatry, Ilin Mikaela from Department of Dermatology, Venerology and Aesthetic, and Raditya Kevin Adrianto Taslim from Department of Urology. And I would like also to invite group 4 that consists of Felicia Putri Natalia from Pediatric Surgery, Teresa Dita from ENT and Head and Neck Surgery, as well as Rexi Rialdi Nuhuhitu from Urology. So group 3 and group 4, please stand in front of the stage before we spin the wheel for your group's classifications. So I will decide for group 3 and spin the wheel. You will be a negative sign. So group 3 will be sitting on the south, and group 4, please sit here. You will be the affirmative. Yeah. And please arrange the seat arrangement. The speaker number 1 should be the closest to me, and then speaker number 2, and the last one will be the speaker number 3. Yeah. Okay, are you ready? Okay. So I will remind you again, so the rule will be about the same. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to deliver your arguments or opinions. First, I will start with the affirmative speaker number 1, and then it will be followed by the speaker number 1 from the negative part, and then so on until the last one, the last speakers, okay? And then you will have 3 minutes time out for developing your rebuttal letters, and then last part will be the rebuttal sessions, and please select the speaker for each of your group to deliver your rebuttals. The time will be displayed on the screen in front of you, or as well as the big screen behind me, and if the time keeper have some problems, I will pause your arguments sessions, and please wait for the times to be screened again. Okay, and then you may continue again until your 3-minute sessions over. Okay, the first sessions I will start from the affirmative, and speaker number 1, please briefly introduce your team member so that you have more time to deliver your arguments later. Yeah. Please check first all of your microphones. Okay. Is it working? Okay. Yeah. I will give you indication if you have 1 more minute left, just like the previous sessions, by tapping my microphones. Okay. Are you ready? 3 minutes starting from once you start speaking.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We support the House that is mental health should be equally treated with physical health. First, we must, the important thing is the definition. The definition of mental health interventions is all of the evidence-based to prevent and identify any psychological disorders, while physical health interventions means all of the effort needed, like surgery, medicines, and nutrition to treat direct physical problems. And equal doesn't mean equal budget or equal treatments. It means that humanitarian mission is incomplete when you treat mental health as a secondary problem. We rest our case by 4 pillars, and this is evidence number 1. The WHO recognized itself that health consists of 2, which is physical and mental, which was supported by the English court in 1938, which is the necessitas non habitualism doctrine, which means we cannot reduce the whole human being by only the body. Evidence number 2, we conduct a systematic review and meta-analysis about the humanitarian aid workers, and these are the numbers. Consists of more than 3,000 people involved with burnout, anxiety, depression, and PTSD. And this is not just numbers. It shows that if we fail to deliver mental health care to the ones who deliver the system, we already failed the system. And evidence number 3, it can affect a long-term outcomes. WHO has several programs to make a long-term successful for any kind of disaster. The first one is the Sri Lanka cyclone. The second one is the Syria, the decades, they have suffered from decades of war, and this is the WHO program to support the long-term outcomes. You can find it at the WHO programs. They have like across countries, they have more mental health trainings and programs, and also they have MHPSS to train all the people to reduce mental health problems. Me as a first speaker, I would like to deliver the evidence that it is a burden and a questionable, actually it is a questionable debate. And the second speaker will tell you how it affects the physical, how mental affects the physical problems. And our third speaker will speak about the long-term outcomes and how AI will help us with this motion. So I think conflict, it creates visible and non-visible injuries. As we can see, survivors from war can be pulled from ruins with a heart beating, but if their soul is still shattered, they will count as casualties. Equal intervention, equal doesn't mean like we have to have equal body and mind interventions. It is about reducing to leave half of the whole human being behind. So we proudly support this House motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give a big applause for the affirmative group. And the next one, speaker number 1 from the negative group. Please briefly introduce your member, and then you have the rest time to deliver your opinion, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ilin, and I'm speaking for the negative or opposition team. I'm joined by Radit and Ulin, who will present our following arguments. We respectfully oppose this motion. Now the affirmative team may present compelling data showing how widespread and serious mental health problems are. But this is not really the question we are debating today. The real question is, when resources are limited, infrastructure is destroyed, and time is critical, what should we prioritize first? For this reason, my team opposes this motion. In humanitarian crisis, emergency triage is fundamental, guided by utilitarian principle. We must prioritize intervention that can save the greatest number of lives within the shortest possible time. This does not mean that mental health is unimportant, but it reflects the reality of emergency medicine and humanitarian operation, where every decision must be based on urgency, survival, and the resources available. Our first argument is simple. In active conflict and in humanitarian crisis, emergency triage must remain utilitarian because of necessity. The key distinction here is the survival window. Acute physical condition such as massive bleeding, severe infection, and can become fatal within hours. For example, a patient with massive bleeding can die within a very short period of time without immediate surgical intervention. Likewise, several cholera can rapidly become fatal because of catastrophic dehydration. We saw the consequence of this during the conflict in Yemen. The important point is, when basic physical needs are disrupted, people can die very quickly. PTSD and other mental health conditions are also devastating, and we absolutely recognize their seriousness. However, they generally develop and cause significant suffering over a longer period, over weeks, months, and even years. This principle is also reflected in international humanitarian law, including 1949 Geneva Convention and their additional protocols. So, why this matter? Because when someone is dying from severe dehydration, blood loss, or infection, physiological counseling cannot immediately save that person's life. Therefore, prioritizing acute physical survival is not heartless, and it doesn't mean that mental health doesn't matter. It means that in an emergency, we must address the most immediate threats to life first. That is not a failure of compassion. That is evidence-based emergency medicine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give a big applause for the negative groups. Yeah, I will continue with the second speaker from the affirmative. You may deliver your argument or, yeah, 3 minutes is yours.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the time just given to me. I'm the first speaker from the proposal team of the House. Today we still agree about the motion given that mental health should be recognized as should be recognized as equal to comparing to the physical intervention in conflict and humanitarian setting. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because I think the first speaker from the opposition team means what my first speaker mean. Here we mean equal is that we also recognize the mental and the physical as a whole mental, because WHO defines that mental, that health is also mental and physical, not only just physical, but also mental. So here we don't replace surgeon with psychologists. We don't replace the immediate risk. We don't disrupt the first aid to the emergency one, but we have to recognize both mental and physical health. So here, I'm as the first speaker from the proposal team, still want to explain more that mental health, whatever the physical treatment is succeeded, because if you're physically ill but if you're physically healthy but you're mentally ill, of course you cannot absorb, you cannot obey the medication prescribed by the doctors. It's just in vain if you want to treat people, but they cannot follow the medication, they cannot follow the rule or the order from the doctors. So how could you make sure that the person is not in good condition? They have to be mentally healthy if they want to. They have to be mentally healthy if they want to follow the medication from the doctors. And the second, that from the data, that evidence from meta-analysis, the dematerial found that depressed patient had 3 times out of non-adherence and medical treatment recommendation. Likewise, the incorporate for mental health is not a diversion, but it should work together to the physical health in order to combat the physical health. And second, that effective for mental health intervention could be integrated in low settings, because from the WHO, don't you know that there's physical first aid? It means that before that we make a planning by make a program which we make a program, so not only specialists can assess the mental health, but the local communities and the local people there can assess the mental health also. First, we use the PFL, or look, listen, and link. So the first, if there's a disaster, the local people could look what the people their needs, and the second they could listen. Oh, we need this thing. And the second is that they're going to link to the specialists, and they're going to link to the what they need. If they need food, of course they're going to communicate with the humanitarian system. So I do believe
I'm
that.
sorry, time is up.
Thank you.
Okay.
So at the end of my
Okay.
debate, there's
I'm sorry,
strongly
time
believe
is
that
up. You may, yeah.
we should.
You may sit. Go back
thank
to sit. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. What a good argument. So now I will continue to the second speakers of the negative part. Please, 3 minutes is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm Kevin, speaking second for the negative. So my colleague Eileen established that the utilitarian triage is the foundations of the emergency medicine. And I will reinforce this and present our second argument, which is the MHPSS framework, the mental health and psychosocial support requires emergency response to be staged and sequenced, not simultaneous. The ISCC intervention pyramid is designed as a hierarchy. Its foundation is basic service and security, which is wash, food, shelter, and physical protection. The psychosocial interventions sit above this foundation because their effectiveness depends on the basic needs being met. The ISC minimum service package, the key consideration 12, states that the effectiveness of MHPSS activities will be limited if a person's basic protection needs are not being met. The mechanism is clear. The physical stability enables the psychological recovery. A starving person remains in a survival mode, while someone still exposed to violence cannot effectively process trauma. The affirmative probably call this like the bidirectional, but it doesn't mean that equal priority or simultaneous implementations. The physical stabilization creates the condition for psychological recovery. Therefore, an integrated response can still be sequenced, such as there's phase 1, which is the week 1 to 4, providing the water, food, shelter, and security, and then the phase 2, weeks 4 to 12, which expands to mental health services once stability is established. And about the bidirectional means both the service probably must run in parallel, but it doesn't require simultaneously. Then second, about the strong sizes for the mental health interventions, but the effectiveness alone doesn't prove critical urgency during the active warfare. And third, about the physical healthcare also faces the workforce shortage. However, low-income countries faces an estimated 1.18 million mental health worker deficit, while basic physical healthcare infrastructure is more established. The two shortages are not equivalent. Finally, people may invoke the Geneva Convention, but the humanitarian protection prioritizes water, food, shelter, and security as foundational needs. The mental health support is important, but it can appropriately follow initial stabilization. Therefore, the negative maintains that the MHPSS framework supports stage implementations. We need to secure the physical survival first, then provide effective psychological recovery. Thank you.
You still have 20 seconds to add? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Speaker number 2, this is getting warmer. So the last speaker, speaker number 3 from the affirmative group, you have 3 minutes to deliver your arguments. Please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to say that our argument is simple. How we integrate the mental health and also the physical health at those times, how do we make it along the way? So, for the first evidence, the WHO say that the global target, 80% of the countries in the world need to have the primary health care focus in 2030. And they already have the system. First, for the MHPSS, as a mother, as a framework. For the next step, they have the PFH, that the physiological first aid that consists of look, listen, and link. And next up, we have the MHGAPHI. And for the next step, they have the step-by-step to revert to the specialist, and for the next step is about AI. There is a study in India that raising awareness without building a capacity, it will get long-term disappointment. Can you say that, okay, there's a screening, blah, 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 but they don't have any solutions. It's like a gift of false hope. And next one, the shortage of capacity is a reason to build a system. And the next questions, how about the languages? The WHO, how they make the system? It is interesting because yesterday we watched the Apple Watch, right? Like the professors from the UNSC, and it is very, very interesting that they get the long way the big data from the social media. because in those circumstances, in those chaotic things, they don't have any time to do any specific like scientific things. So they take all the big data from the real world evidence. In 2030, they will make a systematic review from all over the world that I myself, I see the link and I see what kind of questions, like what they want to know about how to build a building, how to make a system, how to make the capacity. There are 5 points they want us as the world to know. The first one, how to do the anticipatory with the AI. The second one, how we make the data interoperability. And the third one, how to make a community engagement. The fourth one, how to make the program delivery so they get along together. And the last one, how do we make the internal functions. My last word, we don't have to make a compete between the physical health and also the mental health. We need to go along together to make a collaborations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, speaker number 3 from the affirmative group. And I will, continue to the speaker number 3 from the negative group. You have, please, wait a minute. Yeah, you have 3 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Olin, speaking third for the negative. I would like to address that global humanitarian funding crisis demands hard prioritization, not equal division. As the mid of 2025, less than 17% of the $46 billion required to meet global humanitarian needs has been received, and that represents a catastrophic of 40% decrease compared to the same period in 2024. So this is a crisis. Here is the mathematical reality. If you consider the equal priority with 40% fewer resources than needed, both sectors will collapse. A 50-50 split into insufficient funding means mental health receive underfunded and physical health receive underfunded. So both become ineffective. Alternatively, sequential prioritization work like this. Let's imagine that you concentrate 70% of limited resources on immediate physical survival on the first month, and then scale mental health intervention to 30% of expanded resources on the second month. This will save more lives than spreading scarce resources equally. So the utilitarian ethic applied to resource allocation. It is the only rational response to a funding catastrophe. So if the United Nations Agency and your recent research implement parallel approach, that is in a post-conflict war zones. Like in Syria, 2024 is a post-conflict, not Syria in 2015 when the conflict happens. And Yemen right now, during the conflict right now, the mental health workers were fleeing and infrastructure collapsing. Just imagine doing the psychological first aid when the infrastructure is collapsed and everybody want to save their life of the emergency first. So finally, look at the IPGS consideration that read as written, effectiveness limited if basic needs unmet, means basic needs must substantially met for intervention to be effective. So limited in healthcare terminology means that substantially reduce efficacy, not merely slightly decrease. Therefore, the sequential model remains the most evidence-based response to humanitarian crisis. Let's be real for the most realistic implementation, how to prioritize the intervention. Thank you.
Okay, you still have 20 seconds to add, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Speaker number 3, please give a round of applause for both groups. Yeah, I see so many important arguments for both groups, but now I have to give 3 minutes time out for you to construct your rebuttals and highlight your arguments or opposing the other groups. Yeah, 3 minutes starting from now. Yeah, you have 1 more minute. Yeah, 10 seconds to go. Ready? Okay, 3 minutes is up. Please select only one speaker from each group, and for these rebuttal sessions, I will start from the negative group first. You have 3 minutes. Please wait for a moment. Okay, yeah. 3 minutes starting from now, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the affirmative team that compelling data about mental health prevalence and psychological suffering in conflict zones. We do not dispute their numbers. Our team acknowledges that mental health matters. However, this debate revealed three critical areas of clash. First, the definition of urgency. Is 72 hours of psychological emergence equal to 2 hours of hemorrhage? And second, the direction of causality. Does mental physical interaction require simultaneous intervention? And the third, about the resource mathematics. Let's be realistic with the humanitarian funding drops, the 40%. And you argued that the PTSD rates prove urgency. We agree these rates are concerning, but prevalence doesn't equal equity. A person with emerging PTSD differs clinically from a person with actively hemorrhaging. So one required urgent intervention to prevent deterioration. So the other require immediate intervention to prevent immediate death. So based on the international emergency medicine textbooks, we distinguish between emergent, urgent, and non-emergent. Hemorrhage is emergent, and PTSD emergence is urgent. So from this, the framework exists precisely because different urgency demand different prioritization sequences. So those agencies in the United Nations operate in stabilized recovery context where basic infrastructure exists. For example, implementing full-scale mental health and physical health program in active war zone doesn't support, like in Syria in 2015, like in Yemen 2024, and Gaza now. You cannot do it because infrastructure doesn't support it. Furthermore, if mental health intervention is time critical, then by delaying basic infrastructure provision, you will ensure both fail. Our sequential model, like secure water, food, and safety first, then scale mental health, ensure both succeed. So from here, we stand on three pillars. First, utilitarian ethics. Second, the ISC framework. And the third, the mathematical reality. In acute crisis, we finite resources, prioritize intervention, and physical stability. And then when the funding drop and we want to equal division, it's a double failure. So hard prioritization, sequential implementation, and realistic allocation of scarce resources. This is how humanitarian organizations save the most lives.
You have 10 seconds to go. Finish? Okay. Thank you very much, group from the negative group. Thank you very much for the applause as well. And finally, for the affirmative group, yeah, you may convey your rebuttal session. Okay, 3 minutes is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly oppose we heard the rebuttals. So the first speaker said that we have limited resources, but I have the evidence otherwise. Evidence number 1, the WHO integrates. It is possible to distribute all the mental health programs, and it has reached 80% of all countries. And we have a task sharing MHGAP program, and it's run by community workers. Evidence number 2, they have step-by-step training that it's actually implemented already in Syria, Sri Lanka, and Philippines, and has great outcomes. In Finland, they have like a pre-war infrastructure for mental health interventions. So the solution is not to have immediate response on site, but they have to prepare before the conflict interferes. And number 2, they said that they have phases of emergencies, and mental health is not included in the phases. So we're going to go back a little to the definition. We go back to the word equal. Equal does not mean that mental health must be treated equally on budgets and allocations, just as like physical treatments. We don't say equal timings, we don't say equal treatments, but we're saying that mental health should be included in the humanitarian system from the start. And some consequences are very long-term, and psychological can be intervene afterwards, after all the physical attention. And the most realistic way, the solution, is not to treat them as equally together, but to consider the mental health is a problem in the humanitarian settings. And last, in the future, I think that this is not just medicine. And worse, it's not just psychiatrists, it's not just medicine. It is about who reached out first. And we can use the same infrastructure, the same facilities, the same available people there to protect both mental and physical. And it doesn't require specialists, just like the WHO programs, to distribute to every level of long-term burden. And it's not about how equal we must do, but it's about giving the right intervention to people in the right time. It's about giving people what they need the most when they need it the most. And it raises the question, if a person survived war but cannot function because of trauma, is humanitarian assistance complete? Number 2, why should psychological injuries caused by violence receive less attention than physical injuries? And can physical recovery succeed if trauma prevents people from accessing the healthcare? The healthcare system should protect both. Doesn't have to require immediate response, doesn't have to be together, but it should be considered as a problem. We're going back to the evidence number 2, where there are more than 3,000 humanitarian that don't get a proper mental interventions, and we literally weaken the system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for group affirmative and also the negative one. Yeah, I think the auditorium is getting warmer now. Yeah. And thank you very much for delivering your very valuable opinions on these topics. But now let's hear some comments and also suggestions from the judges. Please, 7 minutes to give some suggestions.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Yogik. So let me introduce myself. I'm Dian. I'm a pediatric neurologist from Department of Child Health. First of all, I would like to congratulate both teams. It's a very good job, well done. Give applause for everybody. Thank you very much. So basically, both of you are giving a very, very good punchline for the affirmative group. You stress and emphasize about the comprehensive and the integrated approach on handling the mental health issues during the crisis and humanitarian settings. And the negative groups, you emphasize on the prioritization and sequential integrated framework. So both of you are not wrong, and both of you are not right. Also, there is no right or wrong here. But first of all, I also like to commend the negative groups that they are providing a very good and structured evidence. And for the affirmative group, I commend I appreciate how you deliver the way. So both of teams have their ups and downs together. But once again, yes, indeed, actually giving attention to the mental health is no less important than giving the physical health also. Both of them are integrated. Yeah. But the way how you make that approach and the way how you provide the evidence proves the way you understand the importance. But nevertheless, both of you are doing a very good job, great job, well done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dian, and best of luck for all of you. So to close this sessions, I also agree with the judges. I think this debate is very good match. And just to close our second
Sorry,
match,
Dr. Yogik.
I have
Sorry, Dr.
Yeah.
Yogik. Just to allow everybody. So just now, we have like a heated discussion, right, in this second. So for the next session, I would like to propose something in the change. Actually, every speaker has their time, right? Around 3 minutes, right? In that 3 minutes, everybody says what their arguments. But at least, please save your time for 30 seconds to answer to your opponent. Okay, you can read, you can give your speech, but it will be more exciting if you save maybe around 30 seconds to answer what your previous speaker said. Then it will be more exciting, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you
Yogik.
very much,
Yeah.
judges, Dr. Dian. Yeah. So to close this second match, I have a pantun in English. I hope that it will be warming our spirit for the scientific debate. Roses are red, violets are blues. What a good match. Good luck for all of you. Thank you very much and see you next time. Best of luck. We can have a brief photo session, so please stand from your seats and just for a quick session so that we have an efficient time.
All right, while group 3 and 4 having a photo session, ada pesan sponsor dari panitia bagi hadirin atau peserta yang memiliki brio merah yang terparkir di Jalan Farmako. Kami harapkan untuk bisa memindahkan parkir mobilnya terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi, bagi hadirin atau peserta yang memiliki brio merah yang terparkir di Jalan Farmako, kami harapkan untuk bisa memindahkan mobilnya atau kendaraannya terlebih dahulu. All right, let's give another round of applause for our friends from group 3 and 4. That was a really heated debate, and also it's really kind of beneficial for the next group because we already heard some comments and also suggestions from Dr. Dian as the judges. All right, now let's continue to the next match. This is the third match between group 5 and group 6. Please get ready. The topic is about this house believes that patents for life-saving medicines and vaccines should be suspended during global health crisis. During global health crisis, and this debate will be moderated by Dr. Nurida Khasanah, Ph.D. So without any more delay, Dr. Nurida, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope that everyone still wake up, right? And then now, good morning everyone. My name is Nurida Khasanah and I will become the moderator for this session. And the topic for this session is this house believes that patents for life-saving medicines and vaccines should be suspended during global health crisis. So at this time, I would like to ask the debaters to please come forward to the stage. Representing from the group 5, Dr. Ivani Nurul Islami from Obstetric and Gynecology, and then Dr. Hemas Abidah Rahmawati from Radiology, then Dr. Anggita Retnani from ENT department. And then for the group 6, please come Dr. Tiara Puspita Agustin from Obstetric and Gynecology, and then Dr. Rebecca Devani Della Sutikno from Radiology, and then Dr. Dimas Ali Irfan from ENT department. Please give a big applause for the excellent debaters, please. So before we start, I would like to ask all speakers to come to the stage first before we are going to do the draw. And now we will start the draw, please. For the results for affirmative is okay. Affirmative is for the 5th group and the right side, and then for the negative sides will be the group 6. And then 6 in the left. So as a quick reminder for the format, each team will deliver 3 constructive speech, 3 minutes each, and then alternatingly between the affirmative groups and the negative groups. And then we will have the 3 minutes for preparation break before the 3 minutes rebuttal. And then after the rebuttals, our panel just will share their comments. So please note that I will give a clear sign like this if the time is 1 minute left. Okay, we will now begin the debate. So I invite the first speaker for the affirmative team to the podium, and please introduce your group members before you beginning your argument. Please, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable judges and everyone today in here. We represent the positive team. Let me introduce our team. My name is Ivani Nur Islami as the first speaker, and here's my friend Hemas as the second speaker, and Tata as the third speaker. Today, we proudly support the motion. This House believes that patent for life-saving medicine and vaccine should be suspended during global health crisis. Patent is an official legal right is given by the government to the inventors or company. So the inventor or the company exclusive ownership over their invention, like drug or vaccine, at that time. So no one can sell or make the exact invention and can set the price and control the product. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, in time of global health crisis, the principle of equity must take precedence over corporate profit. Universal access to healthcare is not a privilege. It is a fundamental human right. Yet, patent exclusivity allows pharmaceutical companies to set non-competitive price and strictly control supply. The result, high-income country come life-saving treatment, while low and middle-income country face artificial scarcity. This inequity is not just unfair, it's just not unjust. It is deadly. Research by Al-Tabawi and Kasef Al-Geta 2022 demonstrated that waiving intellectual property rights during emergency enabled global manufacturers to produce affordable generic version. This reduces mortality rates and ensures that no nation is left behind. In a pandemic, the virus doesn't respect borders. If vaccine and medicine remain locked behind patents, outbreaks persist, mutation emerge, and the crisis is prolonged for everyone. Therefore, suspending patent is not an attack on innovation. It is a moral imperative. It is about recognizing that in a global emergency, the survival of millions must outweigh the monopoly rights of a few. This House must affirm that human rights come first, and that equitable access to life-saving medicine is the cornerstone of global solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivani, for the excellent start. Please give a big applause for her. And then now I invite the first speaker for the negative team. Please don't forget to briefly introduce your team. The time is yours.
Sure. Thank you, honorable judges, and thank you for the opponent team for your opinion. So, firstly, my name is Rebecca. I am the first speaker, and my other teammates are Dr. Tiara and also Dr. Dimas. So, first of all, I kind of see your point of view on the necessity to bring equal equal supply of vaccine towards everyone, because everyone has the right to get them vaccinated and protected against a disease. But then that's on the short term, but we need to think of the long-term consequences of revoking a patent from a certain pharmaceutical companies. So first of all, revoking a patent means no single company is able to monopolize the production of vaccine. That means they don't get enough money from the patent itself to develop further research and developing the vaccines. So in the future, if were there be another, let's say, an outbreak, they wouldn't have enough money to do a research and developing products. That's the first concern. And then by not allowing a single company to have a patent, so that means every other company in the world is able to produce the same vaccine. But then the focus of that company would be to meet the demand as fast as possible without paying attention to the research that is actually required to maintain the quality of the vaccine itself. So we cannot ensure the safety and the efficacy of the vaccine itself when our main focus is to meet demand as fast as possible. I think that is about it. We may proceed to the next session.
Are you sure? Because your time still 1 minute left. You may give an answer for the first speaker, like Dr. Dian said before.
Oh yeah, I'm actually a bit on board with her opinion. On the short term, yes, we do need to prioritize the public to get equal access to vaccine. But then on the long term, when there's no single company has the patent to produce the vaccine, then that would not allow them to get the money from the patent to develop research to the future vaccine development.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rebecca, for the excellent counter perspective. Please give applause for her. Okay, now I call upon the second speaker for the affirmative team. The time is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rebecca, for your very interesting opinion about that there should not suspend about the vaccine or the medical life-saving medicine. Well, as you said before, that you said about how about the long-term consequences, right? Okay, the long-term consequences is one of the things that we should think about. But actually, what is the emergencies? Emergencies is something that we have to overcome in the short time. Today, if the pandemic or if the patent is used in today, we believe that maybe the COVID pandemic is still ongoing right now, and this event will not be held. So we think that using patents is not only the way to raising the fund, because the government also take the roles. Why? Because the government also have the fund by ministry giving the grant to the researchers in university. So that's why the ownership of the patents is not only for the researchers or the university itself, but it must be published, owned by the public because they are the taxpayers, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that the example, the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines, we see that their success was built on decades of the publicly funded research in molecular biology and immunology, and combined with billions in government funding. Once again, the funding is one of the responsible of the government, and yet, despite the collective investment, private companies retain exclusively monopoly control. It's restricting access and inflating the prices. We can see the impact in the future that if the prices increase, of course, the low and middle income country cannot afford the vaccine. As this opinion has been released by the Al-Batawi and Kasif Al-Gita in 2022. In emergency now, the vulnerable population is left behind, as I mentioned before, and my friends and my first speaker has said that the patent is not still give us the United Nations has giving us the solution by the MPP, or we can say that is the United Nations have made the collaborative patent tools called MPP. We can say in 2020 that bridging the company and also the researchers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the second speakers of the affirmative group. Please give applause for her. And then now I invite the second speaker for the negative team. Time is yours.
Good morning, respected educators, opponents, and everyone present. We agree that provision on one fundamental principle that everyone should have access for life-saving medicine and vaccine. But however, we strongly disagree that suspending patents is the best way to achieve that goal. The first problem with the proposition is that a patent is not the same thing as manufacturing capacity. Removing a patent does not automatically create a factory skill or raw materials, quality control system, regulatory approval, or technical knowledge required to manufacture complex vaccine or medicine. Weakening patent protection during crisis might undermine the innovation. Developing a successful vaccine medicine requires substantial scientific and financial investment. Vaccine inequity is a complex problem. It involves manufacturing capacity, financing, and supply chains, infrastructure, and also regulation and distribution, not only simply because of the patents. There are better alternatives: voluntary licensing, technology transfer, patent pools, compulsory licensing under defined legal framework, financial support, and global procurement mechanism. Our opponents will maybe paint a picture of corporations shitting on cures while children die and ask you how to feel your way to a verdict. We ask you to think your way to one instead. If the country and periods where patents were suspended or ignored, did medicine actually reach more people faster, or did the bottleneck simply move from a legal document to a factory floor that was never built, staffed, or supplied to produce a complex biological medicine at scale? This debate is not compassion versus greed. It is a question of which system, over time and across crises, save more life. One that keeps the pipeline of cure flowing, may be protecting the incentive to build them, or one that wins a single new cycle or molar satisfaction while quietly emptying that pipeline for the next generation, or patient who will need a cure that under this motion might never get invented. We urge you to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tiara. Actually, you still have 20 minutes left. No, is there? Okay. So we will move to the third speaker for the affirmative group. Please be prepared. Yeah, time is yours.
Thank you for the opposition team for stating their opinions. I would like to point out some of the things that they have mentioned. First, they mentioned about patents is not the exact problem, but manufacturing capacity is. So, if speaking about manufacturing capacities, if it is true that patents are not a problem, that manufacturing is a problem, then why does pharmaceutical companies fight so fiercely against every waiver proposal? A right that costs nothing to give is not worth defending that hard. So the pharmaceuticals companies' own resistance is the strongest evidence that patents are part of the gatekeeping, not just the manufacturing process itself, but the patent itself is a very integral part of the bottleneck system. So the patents are not a footnote of it, it's an integral part of the system. So that brings the motion that patents are not just the sole cause. And you also mentioned about patent pools. And patent pools we address, but I would like to specifically discuss about patent pools. So according to the current framework, compulsory licenses require a cumbersome country-by-country, product-by-product negotiation process. During a very fast-moving global pandemic where days translate directly to lives lost, the administrative nightmare creates a massive trade friction and bureaucratic bottlenecks. Research by Graduade and Ocho in 2022 confirms that these procedural hurdles severely paralyze mainly low and middle income nations right when speed is most critical, which is during a global pandemic. So furthermore, individual developing nations that attempt to issue compulsory licenses fee will face immense legal threats and retaliatory trade pressures from wealthy countries, from developed countries, and pharmaceutical giants. The mechanism that has already been established right now is intentionally designed to be slow, litigious, arduous, and politically dangerous. So it's very vulnerable for developing countries to resist that patents that already been established. So we cannot rely on a broken, slow-motion administrative tool to fight for an exponentially spreading global virus. A broad, automatic IP waiver during health emergency isn't just a better policy. It is the only legal mechanism that is fast enough to save millions of lives, and also, more importantly, to save low and middle incomes, because they are very weak in the system of IP and patent waivers in the medicine world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anggita Retnani, for the passionate wrap-up of the affirmative group. Please give applause for her. And then now, finally, I invite the third speaker for the negative team. The time is yours, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, respected judges and fellow participants. The affirmative team argues that allowing more manufacturers to produce vaccine will increase global supply. But this assumes that the main bottleneck is the number of factories. That is not necessarily true. Vaccine production depends on a highly complex international supply chain. Or other states that, in example, for producing an American vaccine require up to 2080 unique raw materials and component sourced from the 18 countries. Think about what that means. If we suddenly allow more manufacturers to produce the same vaccine, those manufacturers still need the same specialized raw materials. If those materials are already limited, additional manufacturers may end up competing for the same resources. Therefore, more manufacturers do not automatically mean more vaccines. The bottleneck may not be the number of the factories. The bottleneck may be the availability of the material those factories need. And if we disrupt the established supply chains, we may create additional problems rather than solving the original one. Our Moderator highlight concern that competition for scarce input could disrupt working supply chains and potentially create safety or quality risks. This is particularly important because vaccines are not ordinary products. They are complex biological products that require strict quality control. Therefore, we cannot simply say more factory equals more vaccine. We need the raw materials, we need the specialized equipment, we need trade professional, and we need technology. So yes, patent right is only one of the problem. We need to consider the other problem like the raw material supplies and then the high-tech equipment that still we need to reconsider. This way, we believe the better approach is to strengthen these areas directly. We can expand qualified manufacturing capacity, we can improve technology transfer, we can strengthen international supply chains, and we can improve the distribution. This approach addresses the actual obstacle of the vaccine production. During a global health crisis, we need solutions that are not only fast, but also safe, coordinated, and sustainable. More production capacity is valuable, but only if the entire system can support that production. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dimas, for the powerful closing. And I hope that the audience keep the energy up because we are going to the rebuttal section. But before we are going to the rebuttal section, we have 3 minutes preparation break. So each group please discuss, for 3 minutes, start from now. All right, the preparation time is up. So we will now move into the rebuttal phase, and a reminder that new arguments may be introduced. So because we begin the debate earlier with the affirmative side first, and then rebuttal will begin with the negative sides, okay? I now invite the representative from the negative to deliver the rebuttal. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, judges. So first of all, I would like to thank your opinion on the importance of providing equity, equal access to vaccine, and to take into consideration that this is an emergency and we need to respond as quickly as possible to meet the demand. However, our team's focus remains on maintaining the long-term sustainability of vaccine production, also its efficacy and safety. So we need to remember that highly infectious pathogens such as viruses, for example, COVID, they mutate along the time, and old vaccines may no longer be effective to treat this newly mutated pathogen. And that would require another research, which of course requires another funding, which patent money enables these companies to do that research. And also, when patent is revoked, that means every company is capable of getting the recipe of vaccine, and they will fight for the same ingredients, for the same antigen, same adjuvant, same preservatives, and that would require, that would result in scarcity of the ingredients needed to make the vaccine. So, which will end up as lack of supply. And also the cost will rise following that event. And also from the patent fund, that company will be able to buy the technology required, such as the machine, the enzymes required to splice up the mRNA and such, and to test it on subjects so that we can ensure the safety and the efficacy of that vaccine. So yes, it will be, we will require more cost when we give a certain patent to a certain company, but then we will be able to ensure that this vaccine will be capable of preventing another mutated cases of virus. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big applause for the negative team. All right, now I invite the representative from the affirmative team to deliver the final rebuttal. The time is yours.
Thank you. I would give some closing statements as to what we have already mentioned. So, I think we need to go back, first of all, to what is the definition of patent. So patents is an official legal right which is given by the government, please underline the word government, to the inventors or company, which is an exclusive ownership over their invention, which is drug or vaccines in this case, over a set period of time. So therefore, the government holds the ultimate authority over patents, not the pharmaceutical companies. So this shows that the government, when the government thinks that patent needs to be waived, then it should be waived because again, from the definition itself, the government holds the utmost authority. I think that we need to understand that first and foremost. And then also, I would like to respond to what you have mentioned on your rebuttal that about funding. So you mentioned about funding. So again, I mentioned what we have mentioned already. It was the public money, taxpayer-funded research, government subsidies, advanced purchase agreements that carried the earliest and the heaviest financial risk of mRNA vaccine development. It is the public that funded it in the first place. So if the public has already know the risk, so you cannot claim an incentive structure is sacred or is protective when the public itself is the one who built its first framework. So the public needs to achieve the benefits first and foremost, because we built the foreground, we built the foundation of vaccine research. So the public needs to achieve the benefits first, not the pharmaceutical companies. And also, you mentioned about patent pools in your previous arguments. So about that, I want to say that patent pools requires us trusting pharmaceutical companies to choose generosity over monopoly. That is something that we cannot hope for them to do that. The government needs to take actions, because we cannot rely on the generosity of the pharmaceutical companies to we hope that they are willing to give up their monopoly for the greater good. That is something that cannot be ensured. That's why the government needs to create an assurance that the greater good must be put into priority. So our position stands that the health is a right, not a commodity. So the House must affirm that survival cannot wait in line behind just a piece of paper causing patent application. Thank you.
Time is up. Thank you. Thank you for the sharp statement. Please give applause for the affirmative groups. So now we will move to the judge's comment. So for the judges, the time is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Dhite Bayu Nugroho, and I'm from the Department of Pharmacology and Therapy, FKKM, KUGM. Congratulations for both teams. I think you did a really great job. And what stood up for me is that this discussion is a really kind of organic. So you respond to each other comments immediately with comments that is sharp and also on points. So you put up a great show for us. And so congratulations for all of you, and let's give applause for both teams. And I also would like to emphasize on the topics, because the topics is not an easy topics to discuss about the use of patents. Yeah, patents during the health global crisis, especially for life-saving medicines and vaccines. Should we suspend it or should we not suspend it? So it's quite challenging topics to discuss. And yeah, again, I congratulate for both of you. You did a really good job, especially to raise the awareness and also to increase the knowledge for everyone here about this quite challenging topic. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the valuable arguments for the judge. Please give applause for the both teams and for the judge. And good luck for both of the groups. Maybe we can take a photo together first, and then this session will be end.
All right, let's give another round of applause for our friends from Group 5 and Group 6. Wow, I cannot feel anything here. There's no energy left here, right? Great. All right, because we still have one last match. This is the last but not the least. It's the match between Group 7 versus Group 8. The debate will be discussing about the topic. This house believes that strengthening primary healthcare is the most effective innovation for addressing future global health crises. The match will be moderated by Dr. Bianda Dwida Pramudita, M.Sc. So without any more delay, please, Dr. Bianda, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm here. Dr. Bianda will be leading and moderating for the last session of the debate, and this will be the fourth match that will be giving time to the Group 7 and Group 8. So without further ado, please come to the stage, Group 7 and Group 8. So the Group 8 will be represented by Fahri Abdurrojak from the ophthalmology, and then Alice Melyza Simaila from internal medicine, and Anggit Chita Mora from DVI. Thank you. And then for the Group 8, will be represented by M. Agung Prasetya Atnyana Yoga from family medicine, Wan Gustika Razila from ophthalmology, and then Septi Kusuma from internal medicine. Please give a round of applause for them. Thank you. And then we'll be starting the drawing to decide the fate of the 7th group. Please spin. So, affirmative. So the 7th group will be the affirmative group. You can please have seated. And the 7 will be the affirmative, and the 8 will be the negative. Before we start, maybe I will quickly remind you about the rules of the this debate session. So I will going to remind you the today's motion. The motion will be: this House believes that strengthening primary care is the most effective innovation for addressing future global health crises. And then, as determined by the earlier draw, the affirmative will argue in the support of the motion, and the negative group will argue against it. And then for the format, each team will deliver 3 constructive speeches for 3 minutes each, and then alternating between the affirmative and the negative sides. That will be followed by 3 minutes timeout or preparation break, and then after that, 3 minutes rebuttal, starting from the negative first, and then affirmative. And then I'm going to remind you that arguments can be supported by facts or statistics, but for the rebuttal session, must not introduce any new arguments. After the rebuttal, the panel of judge will share their comment for 7 minutes. And also I'll be the timekeeper, and I will keep the time strictly throughout. Each time will be given 3 minutes, and I will give you a signal when the time remain 1 minute like this. And then when the time is up, I will stop you, and you have to stop your speech right away. And I'm also remind you, if there is a disturbance or error on the monitor showing the timeout, I will pause your speech, and then you will continue after the time show up. So are you ready? Before we start, please introduce your team first, and I'm going to make sure that the first speaker would be the closest to me, the second and the third. Okay? And then please introduce. After the introduction, the time will start for your first speech. Okay, so the time will not be subside for the introduction. Thank you. You could start now. Before we start, please make sure that all the mic is on. Can you check first? Okay, working properly?
Check.
Okay, so introduce and then starting the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable adjudicator, respected opponents, and audience of the floor. First, let me introduce myself and my team. My name is Fahri Abdurrojak from Department of Ophthalmology, and as joining me today as an affirmative team, the Aris medical doctor from Department of Internal Medicine, and Anggit from the Department of Dermatology and Venerology. So
okay, maybe you have started your introduction. Can we restart the countdown, because I say that the countdown will start after the introduction.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, today the proposition stand and 100% believe about this motion today that the strengthening the primary health care is the best innovation or solution to facing the future global health crisis. So let me ask some question to our panels, to the audience here. If some patient in the rural village of the small town come the same time and we suspect that they have infected by new pathogen, so where do you think they go first? The local small clinic or the laboratory, international laboratory or national laboratory with 1,000 miles away? So the answer is obvious. As a clinical, as a ophthalmology or as a general practitioner before, as we know that the outbreak, the pandemics, the COVID-19 can be reached in the intensive care units rooms, and it is sadly moment. The battle is already halfway lost. Ph.D. or primary healthcare is not about a facility such as community health center and local clinics serve as the first point of contact for population. So, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to look around and to the reality that the patient, that the local communal, that the low resource population cannot be reached the laboratory and the international primary health. So we propose that the most effective innovation for future health crisis is the foundation strengthening of primary health care. When a no pathogen emerges, the viral, the bacterial, the rural population, the low resource community do not interact with the national reference. They interact with who? They interact with local primary clinics first. The question is how we can strengthening the primary healthcare is we can build the best equipment. We can provide the best laboratory or the basic diagnostic. We can train the doctor, the nurse. We can ask the community level to prevent themselves, to prevent the healthcare. So before the outbreaks come, we can prevent and we can early detection first. We collect the data from WHO or World Health Organization that country with integrated primary surveillance frameworks detect localized outbreak up to 80% faster than those relying solely on centralized tertiary hospital. That means that the primary healthcare with the early detection is 80% to become faster to detect the localized outbreaks. Future health crises will not be defeated in the boardroom of national lab, but in waiting rooms of local clinic. So we are proud to propose. Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much for your very good speech. Please give a round of applause for the first speaker of the affirmative group. And we'll invite the first speaker of the negative group. You can present your first argument after, and the time will start after you introduce your team member. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable judges, respected moderator, fellow debaters, and distinguished audience. Before I start, let me introduce myself. I am Wan Gustika Rizila as the first speaker of the opposition team, and our second speaker will be Dr. Septi from internal medicine, and then the last speaker will be Dr. Agung from family medicine. So, as I start, I would like to mention again today's motion. The motion states that this House believes that strengthening primary healthcare is the most effective innovation for addressing future global health crisis. And here we stand, we respectfully oppose this motion, as we acknowledge that primary healthcare is important. But however, strengthening primary healthcare alone is not the most effective solution. Because why? Future global health crises are complex and involve many interconnected sectors and institutions. So our position here is that health system should be as a whole. We take it as a whole. So we need a comprehensive foundation for addressing this crisis. systems thinking means understanding that different parts of the health system are connected and influence one another. A crisis cannot be solved by one institution or one government department only. So it requires cooperation among healthcare providers, government agencies, community organizations, and even private sectors. So according to WHO's 2009 publication, System Thinking for Health System Strengthening, a functioning health system consists of 6 interconnected building blocks. What are they? They are service delivery, health workforce, health information systems, access to medicines and technology, financing and leadership and governance. So primary healthcare is important, but it cannot function effectively if the other building blocks remain weak. So, for example, early detection at the primary facility will have limited impact without reliable laboratories. Diagnosis will not save lives if medicine are unavailable. So, community surveillance cannot produce an effective response without adequate financing, governance, logistics, and referral hospitals. So, system thinking also helps stakeholders understand that global health problems are influenced by social, economic, environmental, and biological factors, instead of examining each problem separately. So it provides a complete picture of how different factors interact. Our team will prove 3 arguments. First, systems thinking is more comprehensive than strengthening primary healthcare alone. And then second will be presented by our second speaker. She will explain why primary health care lacks the specialized operational and logistic capacity required to contain fast-moving crises. Third, our final speaker will show that decentralization, unequal resources, and insufficient political commitment may prevent primary healthcare strengthening from producing equitable results. So the issue in this debate is not whether primary healthcare is useful. It is clearly useful. So, therefore, comprehensive health system strengthening supported by system thinking and collaboration.
Thank you very much for the first speaker of the negative group. You may sit it now. Okay. Please give round of applause for the first speaker, and we are moving on to the second speaker of the affirmative group. In this section, you will support your first speakers and then give response to the first speaker of the opposing group. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, let me take you to a city preparing for a storm. Will a wise city wait until the flood arrives, or it strengthen its foundation before the first wave hits? Of course not, because the healthcare systems work exactly the same way. My name is Aris from Internal Medicine Department, and I am your second speaker of the affirmative team. Before I continue, let me address some arguments from the opposition team. They focus on bringing a better tools or the specific options according to the problem, but forget about who delivers those tools to the people. Because yes, innovation creates solutions, but primary healthcare turns those solutions into population impact. Our first speaker has shown that primary healthcare is the first line of defense. And today, I want to answer a deeper question. What makes primary healthcare effective during a crisis? Because the system must have the capacity to respond before it collapses. And thank you for stating our core argument, because by saying strengthening primary healthcare means by building 4 key capacities. We need a skilled workforce. We need an effective surveillance, accessible diagnostic, and coordinated referral systems. And together, these allow healthcare systems to detect early, intervene, and also prevent escalation. So first, let us examine cost effectiveness and resource efficiency during crisis, because the true burden of health crisis is when preventable illness becomes critical, because once patients deteriorate, the healthcare systems require far greater resources. We need ICU beds, we need specialist care, advanced equipment, and also prolonged hospitalization. And World Health Organization shows that each $1 given to the primary healthcare get up to $9 in return through the reduced hospitalization. And because primary healthcare is not cheaper because it provides less care. It is more efficient because it prevents the need for the most expensive care. The second one, the strengthening primary care directly preserve the tertiary hospital system capacity. We're not talking to replace the hospital or the technology that you said before, but during COVID, Shanghai showed that primary care pathways increase hospitals' bed availability by up to 16%. So when this house believes that strengthening primary healthcare is the most effective, we mean that we become the most prepared, the most adaptive, and also the most resilient system when the next crisis arrives. So we do not want a healthcare system only prepare people to rescue from the flood, because we want a system strong enough to stop the flood from rising in the very first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for the second speakers. It's getting heated now, and now I give the time to the second speaker of the negative group that you may give your speech supporting the first argument of your team, and then give response to the second speaker of the opposing team. When you stand up and start your first word, it will be counted down.
Okay, good morning. I am Septi Kusuma from Internal Medicine as a second speaker for the opposition team. I will explain why our teams thinks that why strengthening primary health care is insufficient enough to a standalone solution of the future global health crisis. So for our first speakers, that it's going so far to build a strength primary healthcare as a gatekeepers. Nowadays, we know that our population, that many patients bypass primary healthcare to a secondary or tertiary hospital. So they become overcrowded in emergency department also, and also specialistic overburden, and they increase the healthcare financing. So for the statement that primary healthcare first contact with the first come to the maybe evidence of the epidemic or the pandemic. So we still think that where is outbreak first detected, we agree that primary healthcare will found the first place to admit the outbreak, but detection is not the same as a contaminant. So we think that our argument is there before, that primary healthcare is also a balancing. So the community communication and the contact of the tracing, however, they containing a rapidly spreading of the disease also required central leadership. So we need to coordinate across the region, also at the sector and the logistic deployment. It can be done with only the primary healthcare. And for the system is only as strong as the interaction also. So strengthening one part, while maybe we don't see about the other side, like a logistic deployment, a governance and policy, and also the financing will be inadequately protect the society. So this is our standing about the strengthening of the primary healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the second speaker, please give a round of applause. And we are moving on to the final stage of this debate session. Are you ready for the last speaker? Okay, we will give you time to speak your argument that strengthen your other teams, your other member, and then also give response to the opposing member's argument. You can start your speech now.
Thank you, Moderator. Good afternoon, all the judges and the participant here. I'm Anggit from the Dermatology Venereology Department. The third speaker for the affirmative. The negative side may argue that future health crisis may require a new and advanced innovation. We do not deny this innovation are valuable, but the question is, what technology is the most advanced? The real question is, what health system can reach people early, equitably, continuously, and effectively during a crisis. And that is why Affirmative firmly believe that the answer is strengthening primary health care during primary health care. Yes, we need hospital to refer the patient, but how about the chronic disease? A global health crisis doesn't make the other disease disappear. They still need medication, monitoring, and continuous care. If the entire health system shifts its attention toward the emergency alone or advanced innovation, this patient can become invisible, or this creates a new secondary health crisis. We mentioned the primary health care doesn't compete the emergency care or advanced innovation. It protects emergency care from being overwhelmed. The negative may argue that developing vaccines, medicine, and diagnostic technology is the innovation that we need. But innovation is useless if it cannot reach the people. A vaccine in a warehouse saves no one, or a new diagnostic test that cannot reach remote area detects nothing. The real challenge is the last mile. So instead of building a new system every time a crisis happens, why not strengthening primary health care system that already there? The most effective innovation is not always the newest technology. Sometimes it's strengthening the primary system that allows every technology to reach people who need it. And we should remember, the future health crisis will not only be biologic crisis, there will also be information crisis. The negative may say technology can solve misinformation, but technology cannot build a trust. And is where primary healthcare has a unique advantage. They are not strangers who suddenly appear during a crisis. They have already there who treated patient, who communicate with patient. So, because the best health system is not simply the one that reacts fastest when a crisis becomes catastrophic, it's the one that was already there when the crisis arrived. For this reason, the affirmative broadly supports the mission. Thank you.
For the last speaker, please give round of applause for the last speaker of the affirmative group. Very strong argument. And now we are waiting for the third speaker of the negative group. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes, ready. Thank you.
Yeah, you can have a speech about to strengthen the argument of the previous team members and also give response to the opposing members. You can start now, please.
Yes, thank you. Assalamualaikum, good morning, honorable judges, fellow debater, and distinguished audience. As a first speaker, I will explain why policy, governance, and resource distribution ultimately determine whether primary healthcare succeeds. For primary healthcare to function effectively, it requires strong central planning, equitable subsidies, sustainable financing, competent local administration, and long-term political commitment. However, decentralization frequently transfers responsibility for primary healthcare to local government with unequal financial resources, administrative capacity, and political motivation. Primary healthcare improvement are gradual and often politically less visible than roots building or short-term economic programs. Consequently, local leaders may not consider health a productive political investment and may redirect limited resources toward projects that produce more immediate electoral benefits. This governmental problem is supported by the 2011 review from the Japan Center for International Exchange covering Cambodia, Indonesia, and Philippines. In Cambodia, only 55% of the population had geographical access to primary care. Some people had to travel approximately 10 kilometers or walk for 2 hours to reach a facility. The review also found that decentralization in Indonesia and the Philippines contribute to declining service quality because some local governments were unwilling or financially unable to maintain previous level of health expenditure. Facility deteriorated while health workers become underpaid and demoralized. Finally, without strong governance and fair resource distribution, primary healthcare may benefit well-resourced community while leaving a vulnerable population behind. Before concluding, let us reflect together to one question to all of you. Should we invest primarily in one level of healthcare and hope that the rest of the system can support it during a crisis? Or should we strengthen the complete health system by 6 building blocks by WHO guideline to strengthening with primary healthcare, hospital, laboratory, logistic, financing, leadership, and multi-sectoral collaboration working together? Our proposition is clear. Primary healthcare is essential, but it is not a standalone solution and cannot be assumed to be the most effective innovation for every future global health crisis. For the reasons, we respectfully oppose the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And give a big round of applause for both team. And now we're moving on to the rebuttal session. But before that, I will give you 3 minutes for timeouts so you can discuss about your concluding statement for each of you. It can be start now. Okay, the time's already up. Are you all ready to present the rebuttal session? So it will be first started with the negative team. Have you select one of you to represent the team? Okay, you will be given 3 minutes to present your argument, your concluding statement, starting from now after you speak your first word.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I would like to give our rebuttal for the affirmative team. So as we get from all your opinions, we conclude that the affirmative team failed to see what are the global health crises are. So they were only focusing on non-communicable disease and communicable disease only. So as we can see that health crisis or health issues can arise from climate change or disaster. So how do we prevent casualties or illnesses from this happening? So for us, we say that our team say that health issues or global health issues need to be solved by multi-sectoral. So here we can work together with BMKG to prevent the disaster from happening bigger to cause casualties. So one thing is that. So the second point would be, so from the affirmative team, they talk about prevention from becoming more complicated cases. And here, for example, we can take during the pandemic, prevention can be done or can be carried out by the Ph.D. What about containment? So maybe you can for the surveillance, and you can get all the 6 people to the hospital, and then you need the hospital for the containment and heal the sick people. What if you have weak hospitals? You cannot heal these people, and they still bring the diseases or the infectious agents and spread through to other people again. So prevention is not the only thing that we need during pandemic, for example. So we need containment too. We need a higher technology or healthcare systems. And then affirmative team also failed to mention that government plays very important role here as the policy maker and a regulation maker to strengthen this health system in our country and global. So maybe only 3 points, rebuttal points from our side. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause for the team negative. So now we're moving on to the affirmative group. Are you ready? Who is going to speak? Oh yeah, thank you very much. We'll be starting the time after you speak your first word.
Okay, honorable adjudicators, as we close this debate, let us address a little bit biggest misunderstanding from the opposition, because they confuse the ability to respond with the ability to prevent a crisis from becoming overwhelming. Yes, you talk about several global health issues like emerging, re-emerging infectious disease, climate crisis, and disaster. But guess what? Who is the most capable enough to react and the most closest one to approach those crises? It's us, it's the primary healthcare. That's why we stand to this motion that is strengthening primary healthcare really mean to addressing a future global health crisis that you mentioned before. And the opposition also argues that future depends on advanced technology, manufacturing. But let us remember the reason why do healthcare systems collapse in the first place. History has already shown us during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, the world did not win by a lab only, but community surveillance and primary healthcare workers become the ears and the eyes of the response. And that's why we are proudly to stand for. And the second one, the opposition also presents that the idea the global crisis require global scale capacity. And the problem with this approach is that global solutions do not work by themselves, because vaccines, diagnostic, and also treatments will only create impact when there is a healthcare system trusted and connected enough. The success of polio eradication proves this principle. And this is why polio cases declined by 99% since 1988. And the last but not least, the opposition also argue that people transfer too far to go to the primary healthcare. And thank you for stating that, because that is exactly the reason why we proudly stand for, why we need a strong, capable, comprehensive, and also the cost-effective foundation. Because we may not know the next pathogen are, or the next outbreak, or the next emergency, like so on, and as you stated before. However, every crisis still requires the same fundamentals. Early recognition, public trust, we need access to care, and also we need a coordination coordinate action. And as you said over and over again about bringing the comprehensive approach, and that is exactly us doing the strengthening primary healthcare. And allow me to bring the philosophy of internal medicine into this debate, that the best medicine is not only about managing complications, but preventing them before they happen. So when the next crisis arrives, I ask you, do we want a healthcare system that only survives the disaster, or the one that prevents the disaster from overwhelming us? Which future would you choose? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the last speakers, and now we are concluding, and let's hear some feedbacks and comments from one of the judge. You'll be given 7 minutes to do it. The time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Dianda. So it's a very interesting debate. Do you agree with me? Because they are responding each other, they are addressing each other motion. So yeah, it's very interesting for me. At first, when I look at the motion, it's quite difficult to be the affirmative team, in my opinion. Because why? Because they are saying the most. Nothing is the most, in my opinion. We should be work together. And based on your debate, the conclusion still, you need each other. There is not the most. Do you agree with me? So, yeah, but the affirmative team, they start with something that will very close with us, like when you are sick, where you will go first, okay? And yeah, then, oh, okay, so primary healthcare is very important. And then the negative team respond that it's not only about going to go to which first, right? And then they said that global crisis beyond that. And then they also state in the last, it's not only that, you need like containment, they need a cross-country coordination and many things. And we know that's all we need, not only primary health care, right? So defending the most, it's difficult, but you are doing a good job, affirmative team. Negative team, you also very, very good. So you can address one by one. But yeah, I feel that both of you is very good. So congratulations for both group.
Thank you very much for the very valuable comments from the judge. So now we will come to the stage to have group photo, please.
All right, let's give another round of applause for our friends from group 7 and 8 for having a really heated debate. And that was a really passionate debate competition session. All teams are really persuasive, and I believe that it is hard for the judges to make the decisions. So give another round of applause for every group debate today. All right, just like what I've mentioned at the beginning of the session, that beside the winners and best speaker that is decided by the judges, all audiences also have the chance to vote for your favorite team, for your favorite debate team. So the vote will be, so you can access the Kahoot for voting your favorite team, your favorite debate team. All audiences can join to vote the favorite debate team. And also, while doing the vote, I would like to ask the committee to maybe move a bit the tables and the chairs, because after this we are going to have the RPC session. Also, this is to give the time for the judges to have a little bit breathe, because after this the judges also will continue with the RPC. Oke. Kahootnya udah siap belum ya, Kak? Kahoot. Yeah. All right. So everyone, you can scan the QR code over there, or you can manually type the game pin over there to vote for your favorite team. You can also share this Kahoot to your friends that is maybe cannot join directly here in auditorium. So you can share this to your supporters outside this auditorium also. make sure everyone already joined the Kahoot. So have you already shared the link to your friends outside this auditorium? Already? So we are going to start the vote in 1 minute again. So make sure you share, you can tag all of your friends to vote for you. And after 1 minute, we will start the count. Well, actually, everyone that is watching the streaming also can join the Kahoot. Maybe you can like directly manually type the kahoot.com, and then after that you enter the game pin, or you can just scan the QR code over there. All right, so the IT team, are you ready? We're going to start. Yes, start the vote. Let's start the vote. Okay, so the result of the vote will be announced later at the end of this. So we will know the result of the vote after this with the announcement of the winner. So it will be a surprise for everyone. All right. So next, we will have the research speech contest parallel with the poster presentation. So for all RPC participants, please remain in this room, in this auditorium room. And for poster presentation participants, you may proceed to the lobby and please stand by beside your poster. So the RPC participants, please remain here, and the poster presentation, please move to the lobby and please stand by your poster. Ya, silahkan bagi peserta poster untuk bisa bergerak ke lobby, lalu berdiri di sebelah posternya. Nanti juri akan berkeliling ke poster masing-masing, jadi poster presentation-nya ada di sebelah poster masing-masing. Silahkan. All right, so now we will have the research speed contest here in Auditorium FKKM KUGM. We still have our judges from the previous competition. We have Dr. Aris, Dr. Dian, Dr. Dhite, and Dr. Bagas. And later on, we will join us Prof. Gunadi also as the judge. Di sebelah sini dong. Sebelah sini, Prof. Silakan bro. Silakan bro. Biar berkumpul bersama juri yang lain. Alright, so Prof. Gunadi also joined us over there. And I would like to invite the first participant of the RPC. The name is Ketut Sri Satya Yogananda from Magister Ilmu Kedokteran. Please proceed to the stage and would like to ask the help from the IT team to show the presentation. Tim IT apakah Okay, sorry for the longest ini. Mohon maaf karena ada sedikit gangguan teknis, jadi sebentar lagi kita akan tayangkan untuk slide-nya. So 3 minutes, start anytime you're ready.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities. So good morning, honorable judges and all of the attendants. Today I would like to present our study entitled Efficacy of Polyherbal Medications on Cardiometabolic Profiles of Industrial Worker, a quasi-experimental study. So we start at the metabolic syndromes. As we know that it has effect around 15 till 30% worldwide. In Indonesia, it affects around 20% of adults. And also it risks an increase between among industrial workers due to its sedentary lifestyles. But meanwhile, in Indonesia have rich in medical plants, from which we selected 5: cinnamons bark, and then kagun grassroot or akar alang-alang, couple leaves, also jati belanda leaves, and garlic. These have bioactive compounds that have potential effects to control blood pressures, blood glucose, cholesterol, and also have anti-inflammatory effects. And then from the methods, we do a quasi-experimental study involving 49 of industrial workers with consecutive samplings. And then we measure the BMI, waist circumference, and blood pressures
fasting blood glucose, total cholesterol, and also uric acid serum before and after the interventions. And for the interventions, all of the participants consumes our formulation twice daily, which every capsule contains 50 milligram of its herbs extracts. They consume it for 3 months. After that, we do the data analysis using PRT test or Wilcoxon sign test. And we also do the subgroup analysis. And then at our results, we can see that there is a significant reductions in total cholesterols with mean difference 44 milligrams per deciliters with p-value less than 0.001. In contrast, surprisingly there is an increase in waist circumference with mean difference 5 centimeters. Other parameters did not reach any significance, and also in subgroup analysis, there is no significant difference between group of age, BMI, or work patterns in total cholesterol or in waist circumference. Then we can conclude that these formulations have potential effect in lipid lowering therapy. Meanwhile, we cannot establish its efficacy or its causality due to its quasi-experimental methods. But in further, we need to do another RCT with controlled lifestyle so we can confirm its efficacy and also its clinical relevance. So in my closing statements, because I love my alma mater so much, locally rooted, globally respected, from our local wisdom, we can make an impact to global health. Maybe that's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
All right, so give another applause for our first participants for the RPC. And sorry, I forget to remind you that the comments from the comments from the judges will be delivered after 5 participants. So like later after the 5th participant, we will hear some comments from the judges. All right. Now we will continue with the next participant. I would like to invite Dr. Farah Uma Mauhibah to present her presentation about the prognostic factors of recovery among children. So, anytime the slide's ready, please.
Okay, we imagine a child with severe malnutrition, too weak to fight infection, too vulnerable to get complications. Until 100 children die from severe acute malnutrition every day. For this child, recovery is a race against time. And why do some children recover faster than others? Today, we already have a pathway. Children who are clinically stable can be managed at home, and those with complication will receive inpatient care. And the nutritional therapy will follow the established therapeutic feeding pathway. But here is the gap. Does this pathway always give our children the fastest recovery? I'm Uma from the pediatric department, followed the recovery journey from 134 children with severe malnutrition in Sarjito Hospital. And what we found was unexpected. The recovery time was not quick, nearly 10 weeks for a child who is already vulnerable. And then we found the first clue. Inpatient children recovered faster than outpatient children. And the second clue, the children receiving oral nutritional supplements had about twice recovery rate than the children receiving 75 or 100 formula. 2 clues and 1 message. We may need to rethink about the pathway, not by abandoning the current standards, but by rethink about where we can optimize them. Closer clinical monitoring and nutritional strategies may accelerate the recovery. Because recovery is not just a number. For them, recovery is a race against time. For a child with severe malnutrition, every day matters. And then we can ask, not only ask that will they recover, we also can ask how can we help them recover faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farah Uma, for delivering the research. And now we will continue with the next participant, that is Dodi Saputra Hutagalung, that will present about smarter surveillance, one home, one Jumantik together of dengue fever. So, anytime the slide's ready.
Good day, everyone. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine using your smartphone to detect dengue risk before outbreak? Right now, it's possible. I'm Dodi Saputra Tagalong, a master student from Tropical Medicine, University of Gadjah Mada. Dengue disease remains a major public health problem in Indonesia and also many tropical countries in around the world. In Indonesia, dengue disease consistently fluctuates every year, and consistently surveillance. Entomology surveillance is the basic data to know potential transmission dengue in endemic area. However, the implementation is mostly manually, which is time-consuming, high-risk human error, and low accuracy. That's why we develop new tools, new innovations, Larvae Mobile. This is transformed from the conventional surveillance to the smarter surveillance. Larvae Mobile is a smartphone-based system that uses artificial intelligent digital image by the Citra neural network to identification Aris aegypti larva. The implementation is easy. You take a picture in the container or bathtub in your house, and the system can identify the image and send to health system, and the real time, the system can mapping dengue risk area. These innovations combine AI, GIS, GPS, and smartphone camera to return household observation into dengue risk information. So, does it work? Yes, it's work. We tested Larvae Mobile in Tebing Tinggi and Medan City. This system achieved 90% accuracy to identification Aris aegypti larva in the Tebing Tinggi field area. And again, implementation in Medan City, the system achieved 93% accuracy and 100% sensitivity to identification Aris aegypti larva. This can Larvae Mobile build and provide fast and reliable surveillance in the real world setting. And more importantly, the Larvae Mobile not just identifying larva, but this empower community to participate directly in dengue preventions, because every household can monitoring and every smartphone can collect data, and the system can analyzing data and then identification where the risk area and where the first area to prevention dengue before outbreak. This innovation is so easy, but it's impactful and sustainable. This can strengthen a community-based early warning system for dengue, because dengue prevention starts at home. One home, one surveillance, together, dengue-free. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering the presentation. It was kind of interesting, actually. So now we will continue to the next presenter, that is Felix, that will present about pediatric non-COVID influenza and recognized public health disaster. Anytime the slide's ready.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, judges and fellows. I bet that 100% that you, panjenengan, me, all of us have ever got flu, right? But some of us still misinterpret that the flu we usually had is influenza, but it's not. It's common cold. Common cold and influenza, both of them caused by virus, but the impact between both of them is different. We never saw death caused by common cold, but influenza, yes, indeed, it can cause fatal outcome until death. And how many from us realized that during September until November 2025, there was a spiking number of influenza from 35 to 40%. And it's not just a number, it's also caused systemic urgency. First, missed or underdiagnosed with other respiratory problems such as common cold or bacterial pneumonia. Second, delay diagnosis. And the third, the biggest issue, the oseltamivir, the first line antiviral for influenza, was out of stock, not only in big cities such as Jogja or Jakarta, but nationwide. So here I am. My name is Felix. I'm fellow pediatric in such hospital. I would like to share you 3 cases severe influenza that come to our intensive care unit. First case, 5-month-old boy, positive influenza B, and the problem was oseltamivir was unavailable at the time. So the medical team prescribed off-label immunotherapy, which cost 10 million rupiahs. Fortunately, the parents could afford to purchase the drugs, and the boy recovered, but still it can cause financial burden for the parents, right? But the second case is different. We should wait for 3 days to get the confirmatory lab result. After that, the parents did not have much money to pay for the off-label immunotherapy. So who paid for that? Luckily, our Kindfulness Sarjito Hospital paid for that. And the third case, number 3, is 10-month-old boy. We were very sorry. We a little bit underdiagnosed about influenza. We tested lately, but when we got the result, the patient died before giving the immunotherapy. So I would like to call an action for us. First, we should ensure that the diagnostic tool for influenza is available and accessible. Second, we should make sure that the oseltamivir, the first line antiviral, is also available nationwide. And the third, promote immunization for influenza, especially for those with comorbidities. Last but not least, we should do an action before the next surge or pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Felix, for delivering the presentation. And now we will have the 5th presenters. That is Alexi Fernandanapi Tupulu, that will deliver her RPC titled Can Inflammation Improve Risk Prediction in Acute Coronary Syndrome? So without any further ado, anytime the slide's ready, please, time is yours.
Check. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alex from the Internal Medicine Specialist Program. Now, I will present my original research with the tagline, Beyond Grace, Can Systemic Immunoinflammation Index Reveal Additional Risk in Acute Coronary Syndrome Comorbid by Obesity? First of all, we already know that GRACE score is the standard stratification score to estimate cardiovascular risk in acute coronary syndrome. But the GRACE score cannot directly capture the systemic inflammation mechanism that underlie the acute coronary syndrome. So there is one simple question. Can a routine simple blood test identify the patient at high risk for the poor clinical outcome in acute coronary syndrome comorbid by obesity? Yeah, this is important, especially in comorbid obesity, because the obesity is not as simple as excess body weight gain. It represents the chronic long-standing systemic inflammation that can enhance or amplify the catastrophic response to myocardial ischemic during acute coronary syndrome. So the systemic immune inflammation index, or SII, have a role in this condition. SII itself combines three routinely measured blood count: neutrophil, platelet, and lymphocyte. And in the study, 240 patients diagnosed with acute coronary syndrome with comorbid obesity between 2022 and 2024 enrolled in the study. And in the study, we want to seek whether SEE value at admission correlate with the in-hospital major adverse cardiovascular event. The SEE cutoff from the ROC analysis in 1,169.5, and in the group with the higher SII value, there is nearly 3 times fold to get in hospital miss during observation period, and tends to get miss more early than compared to the low SII group. And the most interesting part is when we combine SII to standard GRACE risk score. The combination reveals the increased value of area under the curve. That means higher observed discrimination to predict in hospital miss with combining score. So the take-home message is a routine complete blood count may add inflammatory information to early risk stratification in obese acute coronary syndrome patients, so the management can be more tailored, individualized, and at appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alexi. Now, because this is our 5th participant, now we would like to invite the judges to give any comments or maybe response for the pitching idea. Siapa nih Bapak Ibu?
So good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Bagas from the Department of Health Behavior, Environment, and Social Medicine. Watching this rapid presentation session truly engaging. So I really appreciate and how every one single presenter brought an idea, the issue they are genuinely passionate about, from the metabolic syndrome, topic close to myself also, and then stunting, mosquito larva control, pediatric influenza, and even the additional systemic inflammation index in predicting the outcomes from in those with obesity. So everyone performed exceptionally well and gave it the absolute best. But then, since the rapid presentation format comes with unique constraints, that maybe some key takeaways that I learned is the hook and the guiding the audience. So time is very short, and short opening hook is everything. Then when you capture the audience attention, your job is to guide them smoothly and durably through your story from the problem to solution. That to guide them, to guide the audience, that you need to have the very good pacing and articulation, because moving quickly is expected given the timer, but clarity should also never be compromised. Clear articulation ensure your core message isn't lost in the rush. Also, we may also need to have the balanced perspective. We know that this is a very short, rapid presentation. Then you're intended to, we all would like to be captured by the idea and also to go marching with you in that issue. But the thing is, well, it's great to highlight the strong point of the case, of the idea, of the findings. Major scientific presentation always stays balanced, that making us, we should be sure to address the aspect just like ethical consideration. We see that in the map, maybe you also pinpoint a house that maybe I don't know if there's and so concern of privacy, where you can find or see on which house that hasn't introduced the larvae control well, things like that. Then study limitation, also practical challenges. The last presenter also mentioned that this is like positive one. External validation is needed. Overfitting is maybe there because it's on 240. So balance few points should be always there in our scientific presentation. So I think that's all from me. So good job for all of the presenters, and we really enjoy the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Bagas, for the comment. Is there any comment from other judges?
So yeah, I want to add something short. So research pitch contest, it's only 3 minutes. Most of you can deliver things that you are presenting. So I appreciate all of the presenters. Most of you also, I can feel your passion. Yeah. So imagine for the rest of the speaker, please imagine that you are now trying to convince someone that what you are talking is important. Okay, so if you can convince us that we can give you higher score. Okay, so yeah, I can feel some of you, I can feel your passion, then I can give a good grade. Okay, I think that's all. That's some tips for the next. Maybe it's not, yeah, it's not fair, but yeah, I want to remind you that we need to see your passion here. You need you to convince us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the judges. That is also really a good point, like that we need to see your passion in doing the pitching of your ideas. All right, now we will continue with the next participant. That is Melyza Anggraini, that will present her idea about our urbanization in peri-urban areas, sensitization to house dust mites correlating with an increase in total IgE. So please, the slides, and anytime you're ready, time is yours.
Good morning, respectful judges and the audience. My name is Melyza Anggraini. I'm from Master of Biomedical Sciences in Wijaya Catholic University of Indonesia. And I want to start with a simple questions. What happens when the changing environments meets a changing city? Climate change has led to more humid and warm conditions that happen worldwide. And it is including in Indonesia. And at the same time, Indonesia also facing a rapid urbanization that happened from rural to urban settings. However, we have to understand there are certain areas that are still stand in between, which what we call peri-urban areas. To our knowledge, this transitional area is still understudied. However, it is still important to study because this area could give us a picture that is disease patterns, including allergies. One of the common allergens that happen worldwide is house dust mites, which is thrive in warm and humid conditions, which what we have in Indonesia. So our study is aimed to observe or to assess HDM sensitization patterns in peri-urban children. A cross-sectional study was conducted among nearly 200 elementary school-aged children in Muara Gembong, Bekasi Regency, which is one of the peri-urban areas in Java. We conducted a skin prick test to assess house dust mite sensitizations against two house dust mites, which is Dermatophagus pteronicinus and Dermatophagus farinae. And we also collected plasma samples and measured total IgE concentration using ELISA. So what did we find? 16.8% of the children were sensitized to house dust mites, with it has a higher sensitizations to DRP compared to DRF. We also observed the older children had a tendency to get 10% higher to get sensitized compared to younger children, and interestingly, female had a significantly higher risk to get sensitized compared to male. And as the strong marker of allergy, IgE represents that it has a significantly higher concentration in sensitized compared to non-sensitized children. So our study presents that it has evidence that a combination of SPT and total IgE can be a combination approach and reliable approach to assess allergic sensations. And also, we hope to give another perspective that allergies can be one of the signs of urbanization. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia, for delivering your presentation. And now I would like to invite the next presenter, that is Muhammad Habib Maulana Al-Hijra, that will present about the AI-guided focus assessment with sonography for trauma. So anytime you're ready.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, judges and everyone. Imagine a disaster with hundreds of victims arriving at the same times. Many of them may have internal bleeding, one of the life-threatening conditions that needs to be detected early to saving life. One of the most reliable tools we have is ultrasonography, which can perform fast or focused assessment for sonography for trauma. It is fast, it is portable, and it can detect internal bleeding immediately. But there is one problem. Fast is really operator dependent. The operator needs enough training and experience to use it properly. In disaster situations, we may have many patients, but only have few experienced operator. Not only that, the equipment is also scarce, but scaling the equipment is faster than experienced operator. So, because of that, I ask a question. Can AI help us to solve this problem? So I have reviewing 10 related studies, with 5 of them are systematic review. The results were promising. AI-assisted ultrasound has shown to improve image acquisition and improve diagnostic performance. AI-assisted FAST was also reduce operator dependency. And then, 2 meta-analysis study report high sensitivity and specificity for above 90% for detecting abdominal trauma-related bleeding. But there is still the gap. There is still the gap that we have limited evidence in real disaster situations, so it is still need more external validity. So I propose a simple workflow so that inexperienced operator can perform fast with AI guidance. And then after that, AI can help to prop positioning, recognizing the anatomy, and also enhance image quality. And then after that, the images can be sent to a remote radiologist. So instead of a radiologist, one radiologist for every patient, one radiologist can help several operators to perform simultaneously. And then The real goal is to help for rapid trauma assessment and then prompt treatment to saving
time is
many lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Habib Maulana Al-Hijra, for delivering your presentation. And now we would like to invite the next presenters, that is Marcelino Matita, that will present about health system interventions to reduce treatment delays in acute ischemic stroke. So please, anytime you're ready, the time is yours.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Marcelino from Health Policy and Management Department. Today, I will bring all of us into a journey from ambulance to angio suite to look and deeper to see what can we do to create a faster and more connected healthcare stroke pathway. Let me introduce to you Adam. This patient experienced an acute ischemic stroke, the second largest death in the world disorder. And from this disorder, this patient have an inability to speak and walk. So his family immediately called the ambulance to activate the emergency systems. And after that, the question is, why? Because every minute in stroke is a matters. Time is brain. The question is, why? It is very important because we need to looking for what kind of interventions that could reduce the treatment delay time. And for this, however, the current evidence gaps is still fragmented and scattered. We need to looking for a higher level of evidence, such as umbrella review, and we conduct it by this title. We hopefully this research could address the problem. And from 35 systematic review and meta-analysis, we included it. And using the 6 health system building blocks framework from WHO, we mapping the result and generate the 48 units and 12 interventions categories. And from that, the result is most of them were placed on service delivery. However, the health financings remain evidence gap, became the evidence gap and should be resolved in the future research. And last but not least, the result from the multiple interventions from the mobile stroke unit direct to angio suite, angiography and telestroke, all of them would improve the result of patient functional outcome significantly. So let we return to Adam. If we looking for the faster and better intervention outcomes, we could reduce the treatment delay time and we could let the patients to have a recovery, better recovery as our hope. Because in stroke, time is brain. Every minute matters. And time will decide what our recovery result and for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcelino, for delivering your presentation. And now I would like to invite the next presenter, that is Muhammad Yusuf Makarai, that will present a research about ultrasound-based radiomics for differentiating benign and malignant BI-RADS for breast lesions. So anytime you're ready, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Judge and everyone. My name is Muhammad Yusuf Makareg, and I'm from Radiology Department Resident at Universitas Gadjah Mada. Most of us probably know about Angelina Jolie. If you know, Angelina Jolie has made world attention after make a decision after she found if she had BRCA1 mutation and have high risk for the breast cancer. But today, I don't want to talk about Angelina Jolie, but I just wanted to tell you if we know about the risk, we can make a big decision for our patient. So today, I will talking about the BI-RADS. The BI-RADS is a classification for the breast imaging for the breast cancer. Category is for 0 to 6. And the more challenging category is a BI-RADS 4. Because this BI-RADS 4 is, the lesion is really suspicious. And because it's suspicious, so the lesion is always recommended to do the biopsy. So in the BI-RADS 4, the biopsy is always recommended. But the question is, does every BI-RADS 4 must to do biopsy or not? Because for the biopsy, it's an invasive procedure and can make a patient is anxiety and maybe can make a patient feel uncomfortable. So in the other side, we have a breast ultrasound. The breast ultrasound is a really wet use, but for the interpretation still depend the radiologist. So because of that, radiomix is come to our life at radiologists, because with the radiomix we can get more information, because with the radiomix we can see more than we can see from with our eyes, because the radiomix can give us quantitative features like because it's a quantitative, so they can give us more information about the lesion. So from the radiomix, we can see the lesion is benign or malignant. So the next question is, can radiomix help us to make a difference between benign and malignant or not? So we make a systematic review and we can get the IUC excellent to good excellent to this performance, and the some model have a sensitivity and specificity 80%. So the result is really nice, but we still have a next step for the breast lesion. So the idea for this is from images to information and from information to better clinical decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Muhammad Yusuf Makarim, for delivering your presentation. And now I would like to invite the next presenter, that is Endah Widya Stuti, that will deliver the research about recovery of speech and right hand motor function. So anytime you're ready, the stage is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, honorable judges and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Endah Widya Stuti. I'm from Master of Nursing program. Okay, this is TBI. What is TBI? TBI is traumatic brain incident. In Indonesia, traumatic brain incident prevalency 75%, and TBI can impact the speech problem and right hand weakness. Could a sujok therapy help support this recovery? In the case, patient 61 years old woman post traffic accident and neurosurgery, and the sign symptom is speech problem and right hand weakness and back. And in the intervention, there are standard hand correspondent point and tri-origin color therapy, and the treatment target in brain, spinal, and mouth. This is the therapy journey, and the parameter. This is a speech, right hand weakness and back pain. And the before therapy on the 26 January, sign and symptom patient can to speak, and the right hand score NRS 10, and the back pain score NRS 10. And after treatment, sign symptom patient word level clarity, and the right hand score NRS 10, and the back pain score NRS 5. And the treatment after second treatment, the sign and symptom patient able to say her own name, and the right hand score NRS decline to 8, and the back pain score NRS decline to 0. And after treatment on 30
Time's
January, speed hand flying kamu ngasih. Thank you.
Thank you, and Vidya Sudi, for delivering your presentation. And that was another 5 of presenters that already present their presentation. And now I'd like to invite the judges for some comments, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, and really interesting. Okay. Thank you very much for all of the presenters, and I think all of you have presented a really interesting findings, and also not only interesting but also novels. And I also noticed that you use the attention catcher effectively. Some of you use humor, some of you use the problem statement, and all of those strategy are used to catch our attention. And actually, some of them are successful. So congratulations for all of you. And then I would also I would also like to emphasize that the surprisingly intonation, and then the way that you emphasize some important words, and then your gesture, and also your eye contact is really important to for the engagement, also to catch our attention. And I would like all of you use that kind of strategy to get the attention from someone else, of course, to deliver your purpose. And then some of you also use the punchline really effectively, although I haven't seen the pantun is used here, because in Indonesia it's really common to use pantun, right? But at least until finalis number 10, none of you use pantun. But it's okay. It's also good. Maybe it's difficult to use pantun in English, right? So okay, and then it's also really important. Notice the time. The time awareness is really important, and I can and I understand that all of you have practiced really hard so that you can finish all of the presentation within the time limitation of 3 minutes. And also, we don't provide you with a pointer here, because sometimes in a presentation you use pointer, but we have a really big screen here, and some of you actually try to hover around, right? Hover around, and then try to communicate with the audience by using your hand, which part of the presentation signify your ideas from your presentation. So I also appreciate that. And one of the most important difficulties and challenges in this topics is that you try to make simple something that is really difficult for someone who are not on your field of study. So I think this is the biggest challenges for the research pitch contest, how to make something that is actually really complex to be simple and easy to understand. I think that's all from us. Congratulations for all of you. And maybe other judges would like to give some comments, Senpai.
Okay, it's okay.
You still have time? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dhite. So I think it will be better for me to stand up and then see all of you here. So is it difficult, right? Right? Difficult. Within 3 minutes, you need to deliver what you're thinking, what your research in a common language that enable us to understand. So actually, this is the whole point of having this research pitch contest. To train you, to make you able to deliver some of your ideas into something understandable even for investors. So we try to train you to be able to make, maybe in the later you can make your idea into like in the commercialization. In order to do that, you need to, just like Dr. Dhite said, you need to train yourself to be able to make a punchline, to be able to identify and deliver what is the problem. Yeah, I know it's very difficult. Even me, who are already trained to use English, especially you are not using your mother language, you are using English, it makes the stage higher than usual. However, I would like to appreciate once again to all 10 participants to be able to point out what their uniqueness. Yeah, some of them are still lagging, but most of them are already okay. Even some of you have already able to make me, who are now doing some multitasking, and then I can shift my attention to you. Okay, actually that's also the sign for me. But this is the good one, because actually I'm now doing 3 things together, but I can still pay attention to you. So for the rest, another 6 participants, right? Please show us your best performance and try to give the speech like a Steve Jobs to do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Dhite and also Dr. Dian for the comments and also some advice maybe for you guys. So now would like to continue with the presentation. Would like to invite the next presenters, Jack Lee, that will present about a disease-oriented strategy for antifibrotic discovery. So anytime you're ready, the stage is yours.
Have you imagined there is a wall that actually you can't see, but it develops into your lung and it replaces all your healthy tissue with a scar tissue. So it makes you really hard to breathe. This is what we call it as an IPF, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Jack Lee. I'm a biomedical student at Graduade University. Today, I would like to show you how important is idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis to be concerned. Idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis is one of the dangerous diseases in the world because there is no drug has been found yet and the cause is still unknown. And the idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis is a progressive and also irreversible lung disease, and the current therapeutic can only slow the progression of this disease. So we need to find a clue, a new drugs that can make a treatment of for the IDP more effective. So I believe that nature gives us clues. So what we should do from the nature, we need to find a new methods that can make us easier to develop or to discover a new drugs. So my research is not just only to find a target and also to find the compound, but it's also to develop a new strategies. So conventional network topology is only focusing on the centrality of the degree of the targets. But my research is combine all the computational analysis to find what is the target is actually has a biological relevance with the IPF. So my research showed that from more than 100 IPF genes and plant target, there is 16 overlapping targets that shows us that there is 13 hub genes, but they only AKT1 and AMP both highly connected. So between the AMP and AKT1, which one is going to be our target, our disease target? So I did enrichment analysis, and it showed us that the IKT1 is only related to the cellular senescence, and meanwhile, the MMP9 is related to all of the biological process of the MPP, such as lymphobrosis and the collagen degradations, and so on. So after we found the target, we need to find what is the phytochemical from the plant that I use actually connected to the disease. So after I did the network pharmacology analysis, it showed us that catechin is one of the most potential compounds, and also this compound is past all the ADME and also the toxicity screenings. So after that, the methodology also shows that catechin has a really quite strong enough binding to this targets. So I think this is what is the most important thing for us. We just not just trying to find targets, but we find a meaning of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for delivering your presentation. And now I would like to invite Arta Maresa Theodora Simanjuntak to present the, okay, all right. So there's a bit change of the presenters. Now I would like to invite Dr. Nurida Khasanah, Ph.D. to deliver the presentation about hitting pause on overactive bladder, a novel non-invasive neuromodulation breakthrough. So anytime you're ready.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maybe the audience here, have you ever know people, someone that you know, ever felt a sudden urge, cannot, or uncontrollable willing to go to the toilet? Anyone here? Or maybe not you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Dhite. So it can happen 10 until 20 times a day, right? So it is really, really frustrating for the patients. I am Nurida Khasanah from the Obstetric and Gynecology Department. So the symptoms that I mentioned before is the hallmark of the overactive bladder, or OAB. OAB can really frustrating for the patients because it can decrease their quality of life. And when the drugs fail, so we can move into the option is the surgery or implantation of the neuromodulation in the sacral nerve. But have you ever think that how if we can just hit the pause of this uncontrollable urge without any single incision? So that is what my research is focusing on. Using the magnetic stimulations, you could just put the coil under the sacral area, so it can penetrate the skin, and then it can regulate the nerve and regulate the bladder activity. And in my previous research, actually, it can really works well for the acute model. And in this research, now I'm focusing on the persistent model of the OAB because, as you know, that the overactive bladder in real life condition is the chronic conditions, persistent conditions. So after the 4 consecutive days of the treatment protocol, the results is actually remarkable because we can see the bladder capacity is increasing, which means we can see the reduce the urge, and then the interval between 2 contractions of the rat's bladder can increasing also, so we can reduce the frequency. Also, to prove that, we check the neural growth factor, which actually usually increasing in the overactivity conditions. And with this protocol, it can go back to the control level. And also we check the voiding pressure, and the voiding pressure is unchanged. It is good because we check whether this protocol is harmful for such conditions. So what does it mean? It means that the sacral nerve, magnetic sacral nerve modulations actually have the place to control the bladder, to treat the overactive bladder non-invasively. And we can give the hope for the patients to control or just to hit the pause of the urge and give their quality life back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nurida, for delivering your presentations. Actually, we still have another presenters, but because of something that we cannot control, maybe we give him a little bit time to come. The last presenter, yes, the last one. Yes, maybe we can give some comments for our presenters, for the two presenters.
My comment is that both the last presenter, both of them is very good. Also, one showing pictures, no pictures. The presentation is eye-catching with the anime, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's very interesting. You are using the technologies very well. The time is also 3 minutes. It's good. For the second presenter, it's also very good. Engaging with the audience, asking the audience to respond to the pitch, so they will gather the attention to the speaker. So both is very good.
So thank you. So yeah, the last two session two, second session and also third session were also just as engaging as the first session. Really appreciate the effort everyone to put into the surfacing their best idea. Then things to reflect. Also, it's me to learn that we would like to avoid getting too busy because time is like short. A natural urge to squeeze in every single detail. This makes us overly busy, either rushing through the speech so that the articulation may be like as maximum, or cluttering the slides. So that's keeping the slide supporting, not distracting is important, because when would like to make the slide, everything put together, slide is too packed, it becomes counterproductive. Instead of listening, the audience, may be busy reading the text while the presenter is speaking. The slide should enhance our message, not to compete with it. Then also for the closing, if Dr. Dhite said that pantun, I would like to also remind everyone, also myself, to deliver a strong closing. The wrap up is as important. Just like if you started with question, then remind the audience about the question, and now that you maybe partially give the answer, or you invite them to march to the study group to answer the question. If you challenge people on the opinion, invite them to rethink about the opinion after you had the discussion with your 3-minute thesis. If you share a personal experience, if you invite also personal experience, bring the audience on board with you to transform the maybe negative or challenging experience before, so that you will have new people on board with your idea, be in a study group. But overall, second and third session were also as good as the first session. We really enjoyed. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the comments, judges. And now I would like to invite our last presenters for the RPC. Arta Maresa Theodora Simanjuntak, please come forward and present your presentation about ImoFest. Please, anytime you're ready, the stage is yours.
Okay.
So I'm gonna start my presentation in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, respected judges and everyone here. I'm Arta, a third-year medical student who simply loves something so simple yet so life-changing. For me, being a doctor is also about finding ways to prevent serious harm and making sure that in emergency situation, everyone is safe. So now I want you guys to imagine how if epileptic patients are having seizures when they are walking alone. Yet, in seconds, a seizure can make them losing consciousness. They will fall, hit their head to the ground, and they will suffer from serious injuries in their vital organs. Now, it's more than just about a simple problem. It's about limiting their activities and making them feeling unsafe all the time. Now, I noted some research gaps here, is that, recent technologies can detect abnormalities in the brain. However, it does not provide a mechanistic protections to the body itself. Also, send warning emergency alert. Now, I come up with a solution, which is MOFAS. This is not just about a conventional technology. It is designed to be able to perform, detect, analyze, protect, localize, and send emergency alert. So, how does it work actually? We have accelerometer sensors here that will detect the body positions or body changes. And we also have vibration sensor here, which will also detect the vibration movements of patients. Then it will send signals to the Arduino, and then Arduino will classify it as epileptic activities or normal activities. And then, if seizure is identified, the Arduino will then activate the DC motor, and the DC motor will inflate the airbag to protect the head, the back, and also the rib cage. Dear judges, we also have tested this to 20 respondents, and it actually shows a promising result, which is 97.5% sensitivity and 92.5% sensitivity. So today I invite you to see this as a step toward making people with epilepsy feel safer, more independent, and less alone. Because when a patient cannot protect themselves, then their wearable should. MOFAS, detect the danger, protect the patient, and bring help closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed back to your seat. So please proceed back to your seat. So that is all for the RPC presentations. Maybe while waiting for our friends from the poster presentation, is there any closing remarks or maybe closing advice from our judges? Closing comments, maybe? For all the RPC participants.
Okay, it's okay. I'll give the stage to Senpai Dian later. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, especially the last session. We have 3 presenters, and all of you presented a really interesting topics. And I would like to imagine that the research pitch contest is like watching like a YouTube reel or YouTube shorts or Instagram reel, like really short video, but it has to be able to catch my attention, and it has to be able to make me watch the whole video, right? So I think, in my opinion, I would like to separate the research pitch contest into 3 parts: the opening act, and then the middle part, and also the ending part. So like when we're watching a movie, we really want to have a really strong opening act, but we also really want to see a really interesting ending, right? So I think both part, especially the opening and also the ending, has to be really strong for the research pitch to be successful. And and I think all of you, from the first until the last presenter, all of you have really done a really good job, especially from the opening and also the ending. Although again, I still haven't seen any pantun here, right? Mas Dian, so Mas Dian, maybe you can give the pantun for the closing statement. Okay, thank you so much, and I'll give the mic to Senpai Dian.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. And I don't know how to say whether to give like a close statements. Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate all the participants. You already giving your best shots. And in my personal opinion, once again, you already done a very good job, well done. Good job, well done, or you done a good job. Us, four of us, the judges, has quite amazed actually, and I think we can, in the future, I think we can invite all of you back again in the higher stage. So I hope we can like invite a TEDx for students, and I think we can invite you all back to present there, and while improving your pitch, okay? So just like Dr. Dhite, Dr. Bagas, and Dr. Aris mentioned, that this whole kind of setting is actually that we are intended to transform what your research into something impactful to the society. So in our master program in clinical medicine, we urge any graduates, you can be graduated by finishing your thesis, but you can only get having your graduation ceremony if you completed this kind of pitch, what we call as a 3-minute thesis. So 3-minute thesis is not a matter of you communicate your research. Once again, it is how you can communicate using common language, so everybody can understand that. So for me, I'm a pediatrician, but I can understand how exactly research. For Dr. Dhite, who are internal medicine, he can understand what I forgot, Dr. Albert or Dr. And then you do something just like Steve Jobs do, a very unique presentation, a unique slides, yeah, that catch the attention of the audience. So as a closing statement, we as a judges are proud to you, all of the participants, especially the last one also. I think you are still undergraduate, right? And then you do something, and then into the undergraduate level can present in such like concurring demeanor. I think you are quite okay. So we believe that we see the futures of any students here right now. So thank you very much for also you spectators who are still with us until the end of the day. We are still, after this, we are still waiting for the announcement, right? For the winner announcement. So do you have any lunch after this? After this, okay. So after this, we will have a very favorite session, a lunch session, yeah. After we get food for our brain, now we need food for our stomach. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much for having your attention here, and I give back to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Dr. Dhite and also Dr. Dian for giving some closing comments for our RPC presenters. And all right, everyone, while waiting for the committee to recap the score and to decide which one is the winner, this is your last chance to vote your favorite debate group and also your favorite RPC presenter. So first we will start the vote for the debate, right? The debate team, your favorite debate team. So please, IT team, you can share the Kahoot on the screen. All right, so you need to join the Kahoot first. You can scan the QR code or you can manually type the kahoot.com and kahoot.it and insert the game pin 605661. Okay. You can join again. It is okay for you if you already joined on the last vote to join again and vote again for your favorite team debate, for your favorite debate team. to vote the favorite debate team, we will give another 3 minutes for you to join the vote, and after that we'll start the vote and count it, and later we will also announce it together with the winners. So only 3 more minutes. You can share the link to your friends so that your friends that is not joining directly here in auditorium can also vote for you. And it is also available for the students or the participants, the audience that is watching through the live streaming on the YouTube channel of FKKM Kaugam. All right, I think we can start the vote for the favorite debate team. Now, would like to ask the team to start, and please give this first screen. So we want this to be like still be a surprise for everyone. Dijadiin layar yang pertama, ya. Terima kasih. So next. Can we start immediately for the RPC favorite speakers? Oh, it's still counting for the vote for the debate team. All right. All right, now we can start to vote for the favorite RPC presenter. Yes. Tim IT, udah siap? Belum? Oke. All right, now we can vote for the favorite RPC presenter. So share the link to your friends so that they can also vote for you. Who knows that you can be the most favorite speaker for the RPC competition. All right. I think we can start the vote now. Yes. All right, so that was all for the votes. Are you guys excited to hear the announcement of the winner? No? Oh. Great. All right. Now here comes to the moment we've been waiting for. That is the winner announcement. Oh, you're not excited at all, right? All right. Now first, would like to invite one of the judges to announce the winner. But before announcing the winner, please give a kind of closing statement or closing remarks for all of this IPGS 2026. So I would like to invite Dr. Dian again to announce the winner of the debate competition. But before, please give the closing statement or closing remarks for all this IPGS 2026.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Lalit. Okay, thank you very much. So I hope you are not getting bored seeing me many times in front of this. So as the IPGS or International Postgraduate Symposium 2026 is closing to the end, coming to the end, I would like to first of all appreciate and congratulate all the participants, all the spectators, supervisors, lecturers who are already spent their time, especially their precious weekend time to coming here within these 2 days. It is like an honor for us to be able to invite you all here to have to be able to share this year topic is about the global health crisis, and maybe in the next year we will have another interesting topics to be adjourned. So this year mostly we collaborate together between two master program, which is a master program in biomedical, MAUB, and master program in clinical medicine, together coming also with the several department here, Department of Pharmacology, Internal Medicine, Pediatrics, and also with the International Relation Office of Faculty of Medicine, Nursing, and Public Health. So this is a routine program every year, and maybe in the next year there will be another master program which will cover and become the host. But once again, try to participate in the next program. We will have another innovative program. This year may be new, but the next year will be another. There are another competition also that makes this program will be more interesting and different in each year. So I think without further ado, let's go to the award-winning announcement. I think everybody are waiting for that, and I hope you are now having a doki-doki, right? Your heart racing. So for that, I will give back the announcement to the Master of Ceremony, Mbak Lalit. Please.
No, don't give it back to me because you need to announce
What?
the winner. But I would like to ask for the IT team.
Okay.
Are you ready for the winner announcement?
So are you ready? Are you ready? Let's make a drum roll together, okay? So okay. Yeah. Okay, for the first announcement, it is.
We will start with the debate.
Okay.
Debate dulu.
We will start with the debate contest. So the announcement will come all together or the third?
No.
One by one, right?
One by one.
Okay, one by one. Okay. Okay. So basically, for the debate contest, we four judges are quite having a hard discussion just now. The score is kind of only have a very close, thin, like a paper difference. So, okay, let's announce it. The third winner of the debate contest is Group 7. Which one, Group 7? Group 7? Group 7? Group 7? Okay. with a score of 7,527. Okay, congratulations, Group 7. And now the second winner, Group 3. The score might be wrong. The score is not 3,000, right? Why the score is lower? The score is lower. There is a mistyping. Not 3,000.
I think that's supposed to be 7. Yeah, 750.
Yes, the score is not 3,000. Sorry. This
That's
is the
a
score
typo.
7,000. Okay. So the group 3 is the score is 7,530. Oh, okay. They make revision. Sorry. Group 3. Right. Okay. Oh, the score is kind of okay. So I have to back up here. Which one? The score? Wait. We have a kind of glitch here. Oh, it ruined the mood. Sorry. It sure ruined the mood. Gimana ini skornya?
Alright, now maybe we can invite one by one, starting from the third winner to
Okay.
come forward to the stage.
Okay, third winner, can you come to the stage, please? Yes, third winner. All of them?
Are you
Okay.
guys not excited to
All of them. Third winner. Okay. Third
Come
winner,
forward
come to
to
the
the
stage. Group 7. And second winner, come to the stage. Group 3.
Starting from the third winner.
Okay, third winner. Okay, please. Okay. Wait. We still have the first winner. Okay, don't worry. Wait. Okay, this is the real one. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So third group 7 is 527. Group 3 got a 530. So now, for the first winner. Okay, the drum roll please. Okay, Group 4 with a score of 539. Congratulations, Group 4. Okay, Group 4, please. Yes. Okay, now I invite the judges who will give, or maybe, okay. So, the winner of the group will not be interesting without announcing the best favorite, the best presenter and the best or the favorite presenter, right? Okay, so you're not seeing this one, okay? Tutup. Ini ada bocoran di sini. Okay, be careful. Please not showing this one, okay? Because they are annoying. Okay, actually for the best presenter, for the best speaker, the one who are, actually we also having a hard discussion between two person. Yeah, the one who already given their best summary and their best way. However, I'm sorry, we need to inform just one only, the best presenter. So, who do you guess? Who do you guess? Are you guessing now? Okay, for the best presenter.
Dr. Dian, what if we save the announcement for the best speaker later?
After we give the okay then. Sorry, okay, then yeah, it will make more intense.
So that
Okay,
they will still.
they will see. Okay. Let's continue for the award-winning award gift penyerahan hadiahnya ya. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I forgot how to spell in English for the award. I will give the honor to the other judges. Dr. Aris, please, would you come forward? So I'm not being toyed here alone. Okay, then I ask Dr. Aris to give the honor to give the award from them. Okay, from the third winner. Congratulations, Group 7. Yeah, right. Group 7. Give applause. Give big applause. Okay. Photo. No? Wait, later, yeah. In the later? Group 3? Group 3, okay. Photo, group 3. Okay. Now for the group 2, Dr. Dhite, please come forward. Yeah. Now I can ask all judges come forward. Oh, Mbak Aris, don't come down, please. Okay, group 2. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take photo together. Okay. Yes. And finally, group 1. Dr. Yogik, please come forward. Ya. Pak Dhite nggak boleh turun. Naik dulu nanti foto sekali. Sekalian foto Bu Dwi Aris, sekalian foto with all of them. Yeah. Yeah, first winner, please. Yeah. Congratulations. Yes. Let's take a photo together. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now let's take photo together. All of the team with judges also. Please. 3, 2, 1, come forward. Okay. Pak Yogik temenin saya di sini. Ya, jadi seimbang. Okay. Okay, congratulations for the winners group. Okay, you may sit back to your seat. Okay. Selamat ya. Congratulations. Selamat. Okay. And for the debate, is it all together, Mbak? Langsung semuanya? Langsung semua? Okay. So, the winner of the debate contest is not complete without announcing the best speaker and, of course, the favorite speaker. So, let's move on. So, do you think who is the best speaker for the debate contest? Yeah, please welcome Valencia Putri Natali. She is from group 4, right? Yeah. Congratulations. Please. Actually, there are two very close candidates, Valencia and Alice. Alice, yeah. But a very small margin. Okay, congratulations. And accompanying Valencia, we will announce the favorite speaker. Yeah, favorite speaker.
Favorite debate team.
Oh, favorite debate team. Yeah, favorite debate team or favorite speaker? Favorite debate team, yeah.
Favorite debate.
Okay, favorite debate team. Also, group 7. Congratulations, group 7. Congratulations, group 7. Okay, would you mind Dr. Dwi Aris and Dr. Yogik to come back again to the stage? Oh, Dr. Nora, yeah, please, Dr. Nora, yeah, please. Ayo dong, please come forward to give the award, yeah. We'll invite Dr. Nora to come. Okay. This is for the best speaker. Foto dulu. Okay, thank you. Udah, mau lagi. Ya, okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih, Dr. Thank you. So for the best, the favorite debate team, please, group 7 once again. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Let's have a photo together. Okay, favorite. Hey, you should bring on your vote. Okay. Yeah. Congratulations, team. Yeah, okay. Alhamdulillah. That it means that the judge didn't put the wrong score. Okay, we have the same score between the contest, the participants, and the judge. Okay, let's move on to the winner of the Research Pitch Contest. Okay. Take your seat and hang tight to your seat, okay? Third winner. Bam, bada, bam, bada, bam. Marcelino Matita with a score 306.3. Marcelino, are you here? Okay, please come forward. Congratulations. And the second winner, Dr. Felix with a score of 330.5. Okay, please come forward. Congratulations. And for the first winner, who stands above the else, yeah. Before I'm announcing the first winner, please don't be too low-hearted. It's just a competition. Everybody's very good. Actually, we are discussing very hard after just now after the contest. But for now, this is the only best that we can do. But don't be. We will wait for your next participation the next year. You can join back again, except the winner. Okay. Okay. Now for the first winner, who is he? Dodi Saputra Hutagalung with a score of 326. Okay, please welcome Dodi. Yeah. Congratulations, Dodi. Yeah. And we invite Dr. Bagas to come forward as the judges to give the award to the winners. I have both of you. Three of you. No. Let's go. Dr. David and monggo Pak, ayo silakan gantian. Saya sudah dikerjain di sini, jadi gantian. Okay, from the third winner first. Okay, third winner presented by Mbak Bu Wiwit. Okay. Ya. Di tengah lah, ngapain di sini pecah-pecah. Gak bagus tuh foto. Ini tengah. Yes. Now, this is a good one for photo. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And the second, number 2. Yes. Number 2, okay. Pak Felix. And number 1, Pak Dodi. Yes, please. Congratulations, Pak Dodi. Yes. Okay. Let's take photo together, everybody. Okay. Ya, agak geser ke sini semua. Ya. Ya. Satu di sini dong. Okay, thank you very much, winners, and you may go back to your seat. Selamat Pak Felix ya. Selamat Pak Dodi. But the announcement of the winner is not complete without announcing the most favorite presenter, right? Yes. So let's move on to the favorite presenter of the research pitch contest. The winners goes to Yusuf Makarai. Congratulations, Yusuf. Oh, he got so many supporters there. Okay. Please come to the stage, Pak Bagas. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, congratulations to become the favorite presenters. Okay. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Selamat. Yeah. Okay. Okay. For the last but not the least, we move on to the announcement of poster presentation winners. Okay. Hang on tight. Poster presentation winner for graduate students, right? Yeah. For master and graduates. The third winner. We invite Sp.A.Subsp.Neuro.K.
with a score of 60.17. Please come forward. Congratulations. The second winner, Alvin Santoso Kalim, with a score of 61.50. Congratulations, Alvin. Dr. Alvin and Dr. Siva, would you mind to go in the front? And the first winner, who is she? Who is she? First winner, Jacqueline with a 62.33. Congratulations. Amazing. Wow. Congratulations, congratulations. Whoa. Okay. You participate both. Oh, congratulations. Okay, so I don't know who should I invite. Dr. Nora, please, let's come forward. And then would you mind to bring the honor to give the award for everybody? 3 of them. Sini, di tengah sini. Ya, di tengah sini. Oke. Iya. Oke. Iya, Mas, ada yang bawakan tuh mestinya. Third winner, oke. Ibu Dr. Shiva. Ya. Sudah foto? Oke. Second winner, Dr. Alvin. Ya. Oke. And the first winner, Pak Jekli. Yes. Okay, let's take us photo together. 3 of this. A little bit here. Okay. Ini pas di tengah nggak ya? Kayaknya kurang ke tengah sih ya. A little bit sini. Ya, oke. Ya. Ya, thank you very much winners. Ya, please selamat. Ya. Oh. Okay, so you already met the winners, and actually we still have two another two categories, right, for the winners, right? For now, we have the poster presentation winner for the undergrads. So actually, this is a very touching moment because actually this is an international postgraduate symposium. However, we have several undergrads participants. So we are very happy to welcome them in this symposium, and we hope that they will also be the winner after they are in the postgraduates. Okay, so let's move on to the winner of the poster presentation for undergrads. The third winner will be Miss Kartika Raharja with a score 54. Okay, please big applause for them. Kartika, would you mind to go to the stage? Okay, the second winner. Arta Maresa. Everybody here? Arta Maresa, Miss Arta. Oh, okay. Yeah. Congratulations, score 55. And the first, what the first? Please welcome Alfia Nikmatul Fadilah with a score 56.67. Anybody present here? Alfia is still here? No? Okay, no Alfia. Okay, congratulations. Now, who should us that we can bring out? Dr. Dhite, would you mind to... Alfia ada? Alfia ada? Oh, ada poster, judge of the poster? Bu Ika, yes. Judge of the poster, would you mind, Bu Ika, to come forward to give the award for the winner of poster presentation? Bu Ika, please. Yes. Iki Kartika, ya, Kartika, third winner. Siapa ini ya? Oke, picture, selamat. Oke, and number 2, Arta, ya. Oke. And for Alfia, the one who represent Alfia is none other than her teacher. Okay. Oh, Rio. Oh, okay. Oh, Alfia is from Unrio ya. Unrio. Okay. Okay, let's take a picture together. Would Ike, please, and the judges from poster presentation. Okay. Oh, ada perwakilan. Oh, Alfia tuh dirimu. Oh, Alfia Nido. Iya betul. Ini Alfia Nikmatul atau Alfia Nido? Unrio. Oh, ternyata pemenangnya ini. Dia merasa tidak punya nama, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Oh, oke. Let's retake the picture. Okay, this is a very, I think it will be very good in the BTS screen after this ya. Selamat. He forgot about his own name. Okay. Congratulations. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, we have a picture here. Okay. Congratulations winners, and you may go back to your seat. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Oh, bisa lupa ini. Ya. Oke, ada kalau tidak salah ada kan favorite ya. Okay. So this is the last category, right? Yeah, the last category of the favorite poster presenter. Okay, we still have this one. This is the last. So who do you think to be the favorite poster presenter? Okay, without further ado, let's announce the favorite poster presenter for IPGS 2026 is Clara Wenda. Okay, you have the most supporter here, yeah. Okay, please come up to the stage and receive your award. Congratulations. Yeah. Doctor, the poster judge. Poster judge, please. Oh, ini. Okay, let's have a photo together. Ya, sini Bu Ika. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations for all winners and participants, and congratulations to the host for finally we are coming to the end, and thank you very much for all participants. So I return my stage to Bu Lalitya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dian. And huge congratulations to all of our winners, and a massive thank you to everyone who participated, presented, and also cheered along throughout these days. It was absolutely amazing. And that brings us to the end of the International Postgraduate Symposium 2026. We hope these 2 days activity have inspired new ideas and collaborations in promoting preparedness and resilience in addressing global health crisis. Enjoy the rest hours of your weekend. See you at the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sedikit informasi bagi peserta poster presentation untuk bisa mengambil kembali posternya yang ada di area lobby, silahkan bisa dibawa pulang. Sekali lagi untuk peserta poster presentation untuk